Call the roll.
Chair Levere,
Present.
Vice Chair Webb,
Present.
Authority Member Amon,
Present.
Authority Member Buchanan,
Here.
Authority Member Fallenweider,
Here.
Authority Member Ravindran,
Here.
Authority Member Schock.
Here.
We do have a quorum and 5 voting members.
Thank you. Will you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 3 is approval of the agenda. We have an agenda approved before us. Any additions or alterations? Seeing none. Item 4 is the minutes to be approved. We have minutes from September.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion.
Second. Oh.
Second from Authority Member Fallenweider. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Minutes are approved. For Colleen, that was Schock and Fallenweider. Item number 5 is public comment. This is for members of the public if you wish to address the authority under public comment. This is for things that are not already on the agenda. If there's anyone that would like to make comments, you have 3 minutes. No one signed up. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 6, general business. Item 6A is a preliminary hearing for Walters Bomar LLC, doing business as Walter 303 Pizzeria and Public House, Bomar, 5194 South Lowell Boulevard, Littleton, Colorado. At this time, we will admit attachments for evidence. Item A, LPD report, 2019-02359. Item B, stipulation, agreement, and order, Walter 303 Pizzeria. And item C, notification findings of probable cause. For the prosecutor, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Dahlia Olsher-Tannen for the City of Littleton. So we have come to a stipulation in this case. We have agreed upon a 10-day suspension of licensee's liquor license with 3 days of actual suspension and 7 days held in abeyance for 1 year from the date of the final order. Licensees shall be allowed to pay a fine in lieu of the actual suspension. We did agree that the dates for the fine in lieu would be May 29, 2019 through May 31st, 2019, a Wednesday through Friday inclusive. We did include May 31st, 2019, which was the date of the incident.
Are there comments from the authority and questions for the prosecutor on the stipulation?
I have a question. I'm fairly new to the authority, so I'm curious, how did you come to that particular length of penalty?
Well, they haven't ever had any type of liquor violation. So that definitely played into our agreement in terms of having it be 7 days held in abeyance and 3 days of actual suspension with the fine in lieu. So mainly it was that, they've taken steps to mitigate this happening in the future, and I'm sure that his counsel can elaborate on that further, and the fact that they've been operating for a number of years and never had a violation.
And for the counsel in Walters Bomar, have you come to this agreement, free reservation? There's no undue pressure towards you?
Yes, we have, and the city attorney showed up a few minutes after, but I delivered to Ms. Norton previously the sales records for the store to calculate the fine there.
Excuse me, Counselor. For the record, could you identify yourself and your client?
Robert Runco, attorney registration 41932 on behalf of licensee. And this is a matter that they take very seriously. This location has been open for approximately 6 years. Like the city attorney said, they operate several other restaurants across the state of Colorado, or mostly in the Front Range, which over time combined have been open about 20 years. This is the first violation at any of the locations. The employee in question was terminated as a result of the incident, again, because of the seriousness of these types of matters. They do have a training procedure in place for all of their employees, and they keep them up to date regularly with refresher courses. So we hope that this is a one-time offense and will not be back here in the future for something like this.
I have a question. So when you say training procedure, what does that entail, the new training procedure?
They typically use companies that are registered with the state of Colorado as responsible vendor training. They show up and train employees on signs of intoxication, how to check IDs, one drink per ID, the normal procedures that you'll go through when you go to a liquor licensee, and that most should be following to ensure that they're abiding by the liquor code.
And when you say regular, how often is that occurring?
It just depends. Usually with a new employee, like I said, we ask them if they have ServSafe classes or previous tips classes from either previous restaurant they have. Like I said, we've probably every couple of years we've added a new restaurant. So when we have one for that restaurant, we ask them to come. Anybody that's not been certified to come up to that location. Like again, an example, we just opened a location in Lowry probably about a month ago. We had Max Scott from Edispus Inc. come in and do a class training for that location. We asked people that were at Beaumar and at my Uptown location, 19th and Pearl, and then my Colorado Springs to come to attend that class if they did not have any kind of certification. If they didn't, they all agreed to make sure that they attended a ServSafe class themselves at various locations. So usually generally every 6 months we have something with them and stuff. But we try to, like I said, we try to mitigate, even take it further as we try to find servers that have already had that experience or have certification beforehand before we even hire them. And again, we don't mind paying for them to make sure that, taking the extra steps to make sure that they do what we need to do to protect ourselves and also the customers that come in.
Other questions or motion from the authority?
Do you track, what percentage of your employees have attended these trainings?
We have things in place now. We said we've been a mom and pop shop up until almost the beginning of this year. With adding a fourth location, I brought on people to help me with our employee handbooks and keeping records of which employees and stuff when they come on the onboarding process, showing us that they have ServSafe classes for food and for liquor and stuff. So we're keeping track ourselves across all of our locations and one person handles all the locations for all the employees and helps me keep track of who's occurring on all different things now. Because before it was just me handling a lot of different locations besides my managers at place, but we brought somebody else on to help us with that.
Okay.
I move to approve the stipulation agreement and order between the city prosecutor and the licensee. In Section 5C of the stipulation, the period of proposed suspension for purposes of calculating fine in lieu of suspension shall be Wednesday, May 29th, 2019 through Friday, May 31st, 2019. Inclusive, the show cause hearing date originally scheduled for November 13th is hereby vacated.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Actually, you are an alternate. We'll need a second from.
I'll second it.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote now.
The vote is 5 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. The stipulation is approved. You are free to go.
Thank you.
moving on. Item 6B on the agenda is a preliminary hearing for AW Restaurant, Inc., doing business as Wayne's Gourmet, 12 East Arapahoe Road, Littleton, Colorado. And for this, we will also be doing attachments into evidence. Attachment A, LPD Report 2019-02-367. Item B, Stipulation Agreement and Order, Wayne's Gourmet. And Attachment C, Notification, Findings, and of Probable Cause. Prosecutor, the floor is yours.
First, give you a brief factual background of the case. I didn't do that on the other one, but I'm going to do that on this one. Happened on May 31st. Licensee sold a Bud Light to a person who was under 21 years of age. Littleton Police Department was conducting a compliance check to audit the sale of alcohol to underage buyers. The officer and the 5-month-old girl who was working with them were seated in the main room of the restaurant. Licensee asked the group what they wanted to drink. Before taking the food order, the plainclothes officers ordered water. Abigail, the 5-month-old, ordered a Bud Light. Licensee did not ask Abigail for identification or inquire about her age, and licensee left the table briefly and returned with an open 12-ounce glass bottle of Bud Light. Abigail then left the restaurant, and the officers informed licensee of the violation. So on this case, we also entered into a stipulation. Counsel can speak about the mitigation that will essentially alleviate this problem in the future. One of the things that we did discuss was that there were some cultural things that came into play in this case, namely that the licensee believed that the police wouldn't ask her to do something wrong, essentially. And so I do think there was some cultural things that kind of contributed to the situation. Obviously, there was still sale to an underage buyer, and she has taken responsibility for that and accountability for that. But there are some cultural issues that counsel could elaborate on that sort of added to the situation. So taking all that into consideration, in addition to the fact that there has never been a license violation at this location, and they've been open, I believe it was since 2014. And so, that's 5 years. There's never been a violation. So that was something that I also took into consideration. So we did agree on a 10-day suspension of licensee's liquor license with 3 days of actual suspension, 7 days held in abeyance for 1 year from the date of the final order. The licensee has chosen to do an actual 3-day suspension Wednesday, October 23rd, 2019 through Friday, October 25th, 2019 inclusive. And we included a Friday since that is what date the incident took place on. So that's the agreement that we came to.
Okay. And for the defense, can you identify yourself? And please use the microphone for all communication.
There you go. My name is Patrick Tooley. My registration number is 15273. I'm in the Department of Dill, Carr, Stonebreaker, and Hutchings. And I appear on behalf of the licensee, principal of whom is Yu Chan Lin. She is not here today. And everything Ms. Tanner told you is correct. There are a couple things that are unusual. Number one, my client was actually serving that day, which she normally doesn't do. She has somebody else that serves this relatively small restaurant, I'm told. I've not been there. But in any event, she learned that at the table where police officers were, Abigail was. And she thought to herself, when they asked for a beer, there's no way I should be concerned because these are police officers. Needless to say, she's mortified about her circumstances. She was charged criminally, which I think was a significant shock for her to be charged criminally. She's on a deferred judgment and sentence. She's compliant with terms and conditions. She completed an ETIPS training program that's good through 2022. I discussed with her the benefits of a fine and lieu suspension. That was an option available to her. She elected not to do that. Again, I think there's some cultural issues there as well. I'm not sure that I understand it, frankly, but she tells me she sells very little alcohol at a restaurant. They got a liquor license basically as a convenience for customers. I think going through and having to reconstruct all the records about what was sold and when and that sort of thing
Frankly, seemed a little overwhelming to her. I'm here on her behalf. Again, I think there's some cultural issues here. But I did talk to her. I did have a chance to ask her if she understood the stipulation. She tells me that she does. We spent a long time together before I had a chance to talk to the city attorney's office about the facts of this case, why the violation took place, consequences of entering into this stipulation. She tells me that she understands all of that. And so I would recommend this disposition continue. Frankly, it's a harsher disposition than I'm used to seeing for somebody with a first offense, but that's what the comment wanted by saying she was going to move.
Okay.
Can I ask
We
a
have copies, if you wish to see them, I'm happy to provide you copies of the TIPS training cards. She does tell me she has one other person who's her primary server, and she intends to have her TIPS trained as well. If I could get these to this morning.
May I ask a question?
Please.
Were the police officers dressed in uniform or were they plainclothes?
No, I don't think they were dressed in uniform. She tells me she heard a comment that they're police officers. And that's how she came to understand that they were police officers. Restaurant.
Okay.
And I don't know who that person was or how they knew that, but that's what she shared with me.
Okay.
Yeah, they were.
I don't think it's a very effective operation to show up in uniform, at least
Right,
unless you
which
have
is why
really
I
dumb
was
criminals.
questioning how she knew.
Right.
They were plain clothes.
Okay.
I was looking for that.
But they were sitting with her at the table, as I understand it from the report.
That is true, yes.
Are there other questions from the authority? Motions?
Before we make a motion, I need to put it on the record that I office in the building owned by the Dill Law Firm. I ride the elevator with Mr. Tooley. I don't converse, but I need to state that for the record.
And I always try to hold the door for him.
So you look at each other awkwardly in the elevator. Is that what I mean?
We don't talk.
Oh, okay.
Right, Pat?
I'll go ahead.
I have a question. I do have a question. Your client's not here to testify to us. You've made some assertions that she understood that they were actually police officers before she even asked if anybody wanted something to drink. What happens if we deny this?
Generally, if a stipulation is denied, it moves forward to show cause.
Do we have any authority to amend stipulations?
No.
Okay.
This is
This is an agreement that the city's entered into with the licensee, and I understand that. Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Does your client understand that she's supposed to track how much alcohol, under her liquor license, how much alcohol she sells versus food?
Yes. Does she have a system for doing that?
I don't know the details of her system. I talked to her about what would be required to do a fine in lieu of suspension. Her comment was that we don't really sell very much alcohol anyway, and she just would as soon do the actual service at the time.
And you'll be around, you've ensured that she understands the consequences of the 1 year held in abeyance?
Yes, she understands those 7 days continue to be there, and if there's a subsequent violation, they will be imposed.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, I'll make a motion to approve the stipulation agreement and order between the city prosecutor and the licensee. In Section 5C of the stipulation, the period of proposed suspension for purposes of calculating the fine in lieu of suspension shall be...
Excuse me, Vice Chair. You'll need to amend that motion. They're not doing a fine in lieu. So it'll be the period of time for actual suspension.
All right, the period of time for actual suspension is October
23rd.
23rd to 26th. The show cause hearing date, originally scheduled for November 13, 2019, is hereby vacated.
Pete, I believe it's the 23rd to the 25th.
I think I heard
3
you say
days.
the 26th.
You said 26th. I
All right,
believe.
I'll make that change, the 23rd to the 26th. I lost my page here, so.
23rd through the 25th.
23, 24, 25.
Yep. Okay.
I second, yes.
We have a motion and a second to approve this stipulation. We are ready to vote.
The vote is 5 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Authority.
Thank you. Item 6C on the agenda tonight is a show cause hearing. The boardroom doing business as the boardroom, 51 West Dry Creek Court, Littleton, Colorado. For this case, we have 5 attachments. Attachment A, proof of notification. Attachment B, LPD report 2019-002-029. Attachment C, proof of posting of premises. Attachment D, proof of publication. And Attachment E, subpoenas. At this time, we will hand the floor over to the prosecutor.
Do you want me to sit here or should I go up there?
Well, to make your opening, you can go.
You can make your opening remarks up here if you prefer.
I'm going to waive opening.
Your waive opening?
Yes.
Sir, can you identify yourself for the authority?
Yes, my name is Alex Woods.
Alex Woods. And you are the owner of the establishment, correct?
Yes.
And you're not an attorney, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Can you raise your right hand, and do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this authority is truthful?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Seeing that, we will swear in any witnesses, evidence you present tonight in that same format as you go. At this point, to begin this process, you have an opportunity to make an opening remark. I believe that's correct.
Can I interrupt for just one moment?
Yeah.
Chair, did you admit the 5 exhibits already?
I did.
Thank you.
Does that include these ones? Okay. Okay.
So prosecuting counsel has waived the opening remarks from their side. If you have opening remarks you'd like to make, not related to the, to sort of frame what you will present for defense, you have that option, or you can waive that as well.
Can I ask a couple questions, if you don't mind? If I have an opening, and then I'll have an opportunity to testify myself? Or what an opening?
That's correct. Right now, it's just an opening statement, what you want the board to consider, what you believe that this hearing is going to show for the board in terms of the license violation that you're accused of.
Okay, can you give me 1 second on that, if you don't mind?
Then you'll have an opportunity to testify on your own behalf.
Okay.
Later.
This is kind of awkward, so I'm going to be asking questions for someone over there.
Witnesses are going to be at the center,
Over there. In the black chair.
right here, at this, standing here.
Oh.
Okay, I would like to have an opening statement,
Sure.
if you don't mind.
For the opening statement, you may do it from the podium, or you can do it from there. As long as you speak into the microphone, that's what we care about.
Okay, I'll do the best I can, but I'll do it from here. Again, my name is Alex Woods. My wife Summer and I own and operate the boardroom. We've been open for almost 5 years, and this, unfortunately, is the first time we've had to come before you. Since this is the first time, I'm really unfamiliar on how exactly this process works or what to expect tonight. In July, we were notified that the boardroom was charged for serving an intoxicated person, stemming from an incident on March 7th of this year. This show cause hearing was previously scheduled for September 11th. We had to prepare and schedule our staff to be here for that hearing. Less than a week prior to that date, I was contacted by phone by the city attorney to discuss our consequences for this allegation. I was caught off guard and confused, thinking that I may have missed the hearing and really didn't know how to respond to her. I was under the impression that we were entitled to a hearing and that we had at least a little presumption of innocence, since every situation is different. I meant no disrespect to the city attorney or this board, because I wasn't able to quickly admit guilt or be punished without the ability to present the facts tonight to this board. We're here tonight hoping that our experience here and not stipulating to anything prior to this date wouldn't be held against us. Our liquor licenses was very hard to get and is precious to us. We also know the responsibilities that go along with this license. It is valuable to us and vital to our business. In fact, it is our livelihood and the livelihood of our 20 employees. We take every situation and allegation very serious. With that being said, my wife and I, the boardroom, my employees, my friends and family, we do have the utmost respect for law enforcement. We surround ourselves with good people and believe that we are rule followers. We're not perfect, but we do strive to anticipate and avoid problems. We are proactive and try to dissolve potential issues before they start. And unfortunately, we were faced with an unusual circumstance on March 7th at the boardroom, which is why we're here today. I will reserve the rest of my testimony later if I could, because it's more factual.
That's good. Typically how this will go, prosecutor will present evidence to the facts of what happened back in March. You will be given a chance to cross-examine any witnesses prosecutor presents. I believe all evidence of a documentary nature has been provided to you, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I do have a couple exhibits that I intend to present tonight.
Okay. So to get this going, the floor is to the prosecutor.
Thank you. I'll first state that, first I'm going to stand because I'm more comfortable standing. The violation involved a sale to an intoxicated person, as you guys have seen in the ordinance and the law. There's two different theories. There's the habitual drunkard or the sale to intoxicated person. I intend to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that the licensee sold alcohol to an intoxicated person. So that will be my theory of the case. My first witness will be Andrew Luce. So I call him to the stand.
Good evening. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Andrew Luce.
Andrew, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this authority is truthful?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening. Can you just spell your name for the record, please?
Andrew, A-N-D-R-E-W, Luce, L-U-C-E.
Are you employed?
Yes.
And where are you currently employed?
A&A Toppers. It's a truck accessory store in Littleton on Broadway
Have you ever worked in the restaurant industry?
for almost 20 years.
What did you do in the restaurant industry?
Everything except own my own restaurant.
Okay. Were you a bartender ever? For how long?
At least 8 years.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the date of March 7th, 2019. On that date, did you go to a bar called the Boardroom?
Yes.
And is that located at 51 West Dry Creek Court in Littleton, Colorado?
Yes.
Now, prior to this date of March 7th, 2019, had you ever been to the Boardroom?
No.
So this was your first time?
Correct.
Okay. Why did you choose to go there that day?
Hadn't been there and it was close to home.
How did you get there on March 7th, 2019?
Lyft ride service.
Okay. And were you alone?
Yes.
So I'm holding in my hand one exhibit, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, which I'm going to be showing to the witness. And I'm going to show it to Mr. Woods first. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
that is my receipt for my ride.
Okay, is that the exact receipt from your ride, your Lyft ride?
Yes,
Okay. And this is the Lyft ride to the boardroom on March 7th, 2019, is that right?
correct.
I now move the receipt from the Lyft ride into the record as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
Approved?
Would that be the correct number? Is that all right? Plaintiff Exhibit 1?
That's fine.
Okay, Plaintiff Exhibit 6?
Exhibit 6 is correct.
Okay, and let me change the number. If you could look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 6, does that indicate a time on it when you would have arrived at your destination?
As I was dropped, I was dropped off at 4:38 p.m.
Okay, so you would have gotten to the bar at 4:38 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. And so when you got to the bar, did you go inside?
Yes.
And what did you do when you went inside?
Set my things next to the pool table and went up to the bar and ordered a drink or a couple drinks.
Okay. What did you order initially?
A beer, a Dale's Pale Ale, and a shot of Jack Daniels.
Did you order one shot or more than one shot?
At that time, just one.
Okay. And what did you do with those drinks?
I took them back to the table next to the pool table with my things and started to drink them and play pool by myself.
Okay, so the shot of Jack Daniels and the beer were for you?
Correct.
You didn't buy those for anybody else?
No.
Okay. Now, the beer that you got was 16 ounces, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, so would that be like an extra large beer, larger than a regular beer?
To my knowledge, general assumption of a regular beer is 12 ounces, so that would be slightly larger, yes.
Okay, so about a beer and a half, or a beer and a third.
Correct.
Okay. So you drank both of those, the shot and the Dale's Pale Ale, is that right?
Correct.
And did you buy any other alcohol?
Before
Here, I'm going to strike that. So did you put those drinks, the Dale's Pale Ale and the shot of Jack Daniels, did you put that on a tab?
I believe so.
Okay. If I showed you the tab, would you recognize the tab?
Probably.
Okay, I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 7 for identification. Look at that. Towards the top of that, do you see your name on that? In the top right-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is there also a date on it?
Yes, there is.
What's the date?
3/7/2019.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate, is that receipt your bar tab, or at least one of your bar tabs that you had at the boardroom on March 7th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. I now move Plaintiff Exhibit 7 into the record.
Approved?
Okay. On that bar tab, how many shots of Jack Daniels do you see on there?
2.
And how many beers?
Just one.
Okay. So you stated that initially you got one shot of Jack Daniels and one beer. At some point after you got those 2 drinks, did you order another shot of Jack Daniels?
Yes.
Okay. So did you drink all 3 of those drinks?
Yes.
Okay, then what happened?
I was under the impression that shift change was about to happen, so I settled my tab. I was also informed that it was happy hour.
Okay, so you settled your tab because it was shift change.
Yes. To me, in the industry, that's just kind of respectful to do at the time.
Okay, so that the initial bartender would get a tip.
Correct.
Okay. So you settled that tab for those 3 drinks,
Yes.
and you said you were informed it was happy hour.
Yes.
And what were you informed about happy hour?
House whiskey was cheaper, $4 if I remember correctly.
Okay, cheaper than Jack Daniels.
Yes.
So how many drinks did you order during happy hour?
At least 2 more. I can't honestly say how many more, but I know it was at least 2.
Okay, at least 2, and what would that have been? What kind of drinks would that have been?
Just well whiskey shots.
Okay. So at least 2 well whiskey shots during happy hour. Now, do you remember when happy hour ended?
Not completely. Generally it ends about 6 o'clock in most places, but that's just me guessing.
Okay. Do you remember if happy hour was about an hour after you found out that it was happy hour? Do you remember the approximate length of time?
About an hour, yes.
Okay. So after happy hour ended, and by the way, when you arrived at the bar that day, had you been drinking at home?
No.
Had you been drinking at any other bar?
No.
Were you sober?
Yes.
So when you arrived at the boardroom at 4:38 p.m., you were sober?
Yes.
Okay. And the drinks that you talked about, the 2 shots of well whiskey, the 2 shots of Jack Daniel, and the beer, all of those were for you?
Correct.
And the first 2 shots and beer were with one bartender, and then the happy hour shots were with another bartender?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Did you order any food?
I did order some fried mushrooms at some point during the evening.
Okay. On the bar tab that you have in front of you, Plaintiff Exhibit 7, I believe, does it show any fried mushrooms on that tab?
No, it does not.
So, and were you charged for those fried mushrooms?
Yes.
So presumably those fried mushrooms would have been on another tab?
Correct.
So, after happy hour ended, do you remember ordering any other alcohol?
Yes.
Okay, what else did you order?
I had continued drinking beers and switched back to Jack Daniel's shots.
Can you remember how many beers and how many Jack Daniel's shots you would have had after happy hour?
No.
Okay. Would it have been several?
Yes.
Okay, so more than one.
Correct.
How long did it take you to drink the 2 shots of Jack Daniel and the Dale's Pale Ale initially when you got to the bar?
Not long.
What does that mean?
Half an hour, 45 minutes.
Okay, so in under an hour, you had already had 3 drinks.
Correct.
Now, did you bring any alcohol into the bar that day?
No.
Did you bring any, do you drink vodka?
No.
So what is your drink of choice?
I like whiskey.
Okay, so any bottles of alcohol that would have been found under a table inside of the bar, would you have brought that in?
No.
As somebody who's been in the restaurant industry and been a bartender, are you aware that bringing in outside alcohol is not permissible?
Yes, very.
And on March 7th, 2019, would you have brought any alcohol with you into that bar?
No.
So any alcohol that you would have consumed in that bar was given to you by the bar?
Correct.
So you continued drinking beers and you switched back to Jack Daniel's. When you continued drinking beers and switched back to Jack Daniel's, were you then ordering from a third person, a different person?
At one point, I had a waitress, or there was a waitress around, and it saved me the trip from walking up to the bar. But I was dealing with another bartender throughout the evening as well.
Okay, so you dealt with one bartender when you got there.
Correct.
Closed your tab.
Correct.
Dealt with a second bartender.
Correct.
And then at some point dealt with a waitress.
Yes.
So you were essentially ordering from 3 separate people in the bar.
Correct.
Now, how would you describe your tolerance for alcohol?
At the time, was very high.
So in order for you to get intoxicated to the point where you were urinating on yourself, how many drinks, can you estimate how many drinks you would have had to get to that point?
At least 8 to 10.
So you continued drinking, and then can you tell the authority what happened next? After it was happy hour, did the bar switch to another type of event?
So yeah, it was trivia evening or trivia night that night. So I'd stopped playing pool and joined in the trivia game.
Okay, and all the while you're drinking?
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember anyone cutting you off?
I do not remember, no.
Okay. At some point, did you start playing pool with other patrons?
Yes.
And was there an incident that occurred with the other patrons?
According to the police report, yes. Could not recall that.
So you don't remember having any type of altercation with the other patrons?
No.
Okay. Do you remember being belligerent with law enforcement?
I do not.
Do you remember urinating on yourself?
Not till the next day.
You did remember that the next day?
No, I didn't remember it. I found out later.
Oh, you were told?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember pulling out a knife in the bar?
Yes.
You do remember?
Yes.
Okay, why did you pull out a knife in the bar?
It was intended as a bargaining chip since we were betting for pool was discussed.
Okay, do you remember having any type of discussion regarding paying off a bar tab?
No.
Okay. Do you remember for certain that you definitely had more than one bar tab?
Yes.
Okay.
Does that include paying as I go?
Yeah, so there was the initial bar tab in front of you, that's a credit card, right? And then you're saying there was additional bar tabs later on for other drinks that's not included on that?
Correct.
And do you remember if you paid in cash or with credit card?
Cash.
Okay. So was that do you generally pay with card and sometimes with cash?
Depends on what's on hand at the moment.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
At this time, Mr. Woods, the witness is yours to question.
Thank you. So, do I look familiar to you?
Slightly.
You remember why?
Threw me out of the bar.
Okay. Do you remember anything before that?
Not much, no.
Okay. And you said you got there at 4:38 p.m. according to your Lyft receipt?
Correct.
Right? And the city attorney's office has shown you some receipts, and you've identified them as being yours?
I have one receipt, yes.
Okay. I'd also like to provide an exhibit that is similar, and I didn't get to see her exhibit, but I assume it's the one that was sent to me, of the receipt of his tab that's a little bit more in detail.
Yeah, if you'll show it to the prosecuting attorney first, I believe.
And I would like to show Mr. Woods this receipt as well. Thanks, Exhibit 7, so he can be clear about what exactly it is.
Yeah, I have that one.
Okay.
So this one is the exact same thing with a little bit more detail, same credit card number. So since you've been in the bar business, you recognize that receipt, and is it fair to say that you can recognize that as being a little bit more detail of the exact same receipt that you saw earlier?
Slightly more detailed, yes.
Okay, and on the bottom of that receipt, do you see a credit card number or the last 4 digits of the credit card number?
Yes.
Okay, can you identify that as it being your credit card number, or?
Yes.
And so you can specifically identify this tab with your credit card number?
Yes.
Okay, was this the first tab that you got?
Yes.
That day?
Yes.
And also highlighted in pink, there's everything we do, and as you know in the bar business, is time-stamped.
Yes.
Okay, so with that being time-stamped, you did say that you showed up at 4:38 in your first drink. Would you agree? You received it approximately at 4:42.
Yeah.
Okay. And those 2 drinks were?
Initial beer and initial shot.
So the Dale's Pale Ale and 1 shot of whiskey.
Yes.
Okay. And then the third drink on there was at what time?
22 minutes later at 5:04.
5:04. Okay. So you had 2 drinks at 4:42, and you had your third drink at 5:04.
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me how, I know this sounds ridiculous, but how did that process go? And where did you go to get that drink? And how did you make that transaction?
For all 3 of these?
Yes.
When I'd walked in, like I said, I set my things at the table by the pool table, walked up to the bar, ordered my first beer and shot, and then went up and ordered another shot before I'd finished my other beer, or my first beer.
So how did we collect your credit card?
I paid the bartender.
Did he ask you for the credit card when you got your first drink?
I don't recall.
You don't remember?
No.
But at least, or approximately 5:04, you closed out of the three drinks at 5:04. Would you agree?
Yes.
Real similar to that?
Yes.
Or close to that? Can you tell me, describe, or identify the bartender or waitress that served you those 3 drinks?
I remember his name. It even says here his name was Walter. I introduced myself to him, and it was male bartender.
And sir, can I ask that you do speak into the microphone for your testimony?
I can tell you he was a male bartender, and I remember his name was Walter.
Okay.
I introduced myself to him.
So you said it was shift change.
I believed it was shift change, yes.
You believed it was shift change, and that was your first bartender or server?
Correct.
Okay. Can you describe or identify the second person you approached or you said got drinks from?
Well, I had ordered more drinks from Walter, and at some point I noticed that there was a waitress around the pool table area. I asked if I could start ordering from her.
So did he ever ask you for your credit card?
Not after I had paid, no.
Okay. So you're saying you got drinks without a credit card?
Correct.
Okay.
Generally, from my experience in restaurants, if you're not at the bar and you have a waitress or waiter, it's very rare that credit cards are asked for in that situation because the table is marked, if you will.
Okay. How many different people served you that night?
3.
3 people. Can you describe the third person?
A different male bartender.
A different male bartender?
Yes.
And let me back up. Can you describe the second person?
Female, dark hair to my memory.
Female, dark hair. Okay. Do you remember what time you left the bartender or the boardroom?
When I was arrested?
Yes.
I do not remember. Police report said it was around 9 o'clock.
Okay. Do you know what the circumstances were around your departure or your arrest?
From reading the police report, yes.
Okay. And what was the outcome of that case?
I'm going to object to that.
It's the same.
What were you arrested for?
I was arrested for misdemeanor menacing and disturbing the peace.
Okay. Did you take a plea bargain?
I'm going to object to that.
Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Was any part of your plea bargain, did it include your testimony here today?
I'm going to.
No, it did not.
Yeah, that's fine.
How often have you talked to the city attorney since March 7th?
About this case?
Yes.
We spoke today on the phone, 2 days ago on the phone, and I don't remember the exact date, but when I attended Littleton Municipal Court for my probation check-in, that's when she asked if I would be a witness for this case.
Okay. And so what did you guys discuss 2 days ago, and what did you guys discuss today?
Basically everything we've talked about so far.
You talked about shift change, and you talked about 3 different servers. Would you be surprised to know that shift change happened before you got there?
It would not surprise me, no.
Okay. Would it surprise you that same staff at 4:30 was the exact same staff that was there for the rest of the night?
Nope.
Okay.
That was just my impression at the time because of timing and...
Do you remember everything that happened that night?
No.
No. So were you employed at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And let's see here. Where were you employed at?
Apologize, I'm drawing a blank at the moment. I honestly do not recall right now. I don't understand why that's relevant.
Have you had any problems with alcohol or drugs in your past?
I'm going to object to that.
Relevance?
He answered it. To what degree?
I'm going to object to that.
Sustained.
Okay, for now, I have no further questions.
Do I get to redirect?
You just end your questioning? I'm sorry, I missed that.
That's all the questions I have right now.
Okay. Redirect on.
Mr. Luce, you don't remember everything that evening because you were so intoxicated, right?
Correct.
Now, the second receipt that Mr. Woods just handed to you, that corroborates what you said initially in terms of the fact that you bought a Dale's Pale Ale and a Jack Daniels first, right?
Correct.
And then a short time later bought a Jack Daniels.
Correct.
Okay. Can you please read the time on the bar tab that it was opened up?
4:42.
Now, you stated that initially they asked you for your credit card. You thought that it was shift change, right?
Correct.
And now, was that just, what were you basing that on?
Just my experience in the industry, time of day.
Like that the day shift was ending and that the evening shift would begin?
Correct.
Okay. And you're saying the second time, your second tab, that nobody asked you for a credit card?
Correct.
Do you even know if you ever paid that second tab?
Second tab, yes.
You did pay the second tab?
You remember paying cash?
Okay. Now, did you have a third tab as well?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever pay for that tab?
I do not recall.
Okay.
Do not know if I did or did not.
So you know you paid for 2 tabs, the third tab you're not sure.
Correct.
Why would you have had a second and a third tab? Would one of them, can you elaborate on that?
Either paying for cash or as moving around, not knowing who was serving me at the time.
Okay, so you essentially could have had a tab with the waitress and a tab with the bartender.
I wouldn't have had two separate tabs at one time, no.
You're saying you would have taken care of it and then opened a third one?
Correct.
I see. Okay. I have no further questions.
You're excused.
Sir, I'd like to recross.
You can only redirect back if it's related. Can he redirect based on anything she redirected on?
Not on this witness.
Okay.
I can recross her redirect.
No, you cannot.
No, the way the procedures work, it's funny in that way, but that is the proper procedure. You're excused.
I now call to the stand Officer Michael Ray. Can he leave, Mr. Luce?
Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Officer Michael Edward Ray.
And can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give before this authority is truthful?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
My last name is spelled R-A-Y. My first name is M-I-C-H-A-E-L. Middle is E-D-W-A-R-D.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed as a police officer for the City of Littleton.
How long have you been a police officer?
I've been a police officer with the City of Littleton since January of 2018.
And were you in law enforcement prior to that?
I had about 6 to 8 years of previous law enforcement and security experience.
I'm sorry, 6 to 8 years law enforcement.
And security experience.
Okay, so you were in another police department as well?
Originally, I started off my career in the University of Utah Police Department working security.
I see. As a part of your training, well, first of all, did you receive training to be a police officer?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of training did you receive?
I went through the Post Academy, Lakewood Jefferson Academy, which was completed in June of 2018.
How long is the academy?
It's approximately 22 weeks long.
And as a part of your training in the academy, do you learn how to investigate a whole multitude of crimes?
Yes, we do.
Do you also learn about the liquor code?
There's a portion of the training that does cover the liquor code.
Do you learn about how to deal with intoxicated persons?
Yes, we do.
And how to determine whether or not somebody is intoxicated?
Yes.
Signs to look for?
Yes.
Physical signs with their eyes or their gait or their speech, signs that essentially that they are under the influence of alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also receive on-the-job training?
Yes.
And what do you call that?
During field training?
Yes, exactly, field training. How long is field training?
Field training consists of 3 phases, which are anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks long. So it's approximately 3 months.
Okay. As a part of your field training, do you actually deal with various crimes in progress and learn how to investigate on the job?
Yes.
When you were in field training, did you learn more about intoxicated persons?
Yes, I did.
Did you see it in real life?
Yes.
And did you deal with issues at bars as a part of your field training?
Yes.
Okay. People who are too intoxicated?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to direct your attention to the date of March 7th, 2019 at approximately 21:14 hours, which would be 9:14 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. What was your assignment that evening?
My assignment was patrol in District 5.
And what was your shift?
It was an overnight shift.
Okay, so were you just beginning your shift at that point at 9:14 p.m.?
Yes, the shift starts at 8 p.m.
Were you in uniform?
Yes, I was.
And were you in a marked patrol car?
Yes, I was.
Did you have a partner?
I did not.
So on March 7th, 2019, did you respond to the boardroom located at 51 West Dry Creek Court?
Yes, I did.
Why did you respond there?
I responded for an in-progress disturbance.
In-progress disturbance?
Correct.
Okay. Did you go there by yourself?
No. By the time I arrived there, there were 2 other officers already on scene.
Okay, who was there first?
I believe the division chief Enley was there first, followed by, I believe, Officer Borrego.
Okay. Did you take over the investigation once you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe Mr. Luce when you arrived at the boardroom?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe about him?
When I arrived there, he was out front in custody. He was very belligerent at the time. When I got close to him, I could smell an odor of an unknown alcoholic beverage emitting from his breath. His balance was unsteady. His eyes were watery. And I also noticed that he had urinated himself.
How did you notice that?
There was a puddle of urine underneath where he was sitting.
Could you smell that it was urine?
Yes, I could.
Okay. Did it look like his pants were wet?
Yes, it did.
So you said he was belligerent, he had an odor of alcohol, his balance was unsteady, puddle of urine. Did you notice anything about his eyes? You said that they were watery, right?
Yes, eyes were watery, bloodshot.
Was he coherent?
Could you describe coherent?
Could you have a conversation with him?
No, it was going nowhere. It was just an argument at that time.
Did you notice anything about his speech?
His speech was slow and slurred.
Okay, he was slurring his words?
Correct.
Okay. Are all of the things that you just described consistent with somebody who's intoxicated?
Yes.
Would you describe him as severely intoxicated?
Yes.
Can you describe his behavior? Now, did you transport him to the jail?
I did transport him to the jail, yes.
Okay. Can you describe his behavior in the patrol car?
In the patrol car, en route to our holding cell, he was belligerent, yelling while he was at our holding cell at the police headquarters. He continued to be belligerent, saying that he was being falsely held in jail. He was swearing at officers. It's okay if I mention what he was saying?
Yes.
For the record? Mm-hmm. Calling multiple officers and telling them to f off, pounding on the cells of the door.
Okay. When he was in your car, did he utter anything to you about how much alcohol he had drank?
Not that I can recall.
Would looking at your report refresh your memory about whether or not he made any statements to you about how much he had drank at the bar?
Yes.
I'm handing you page 4 of 5 of the police report, and I'm directing your attention to the third paragraph. The third paragraph is where I'm directing your attention. Could you read that paragraph through And tell me whether or not that refreshes your memory about whether or not Mr. Luce told you anything about how much he had drank at the bar.
Yes. After reviewing the report, I remember that he mentioned to me that he had 4 beers and 3 shots of whiskey at the boardroom.
So that's 7 drinks.
Correct.
I'm going to grab that back from you. So I want to go back to the bar. I wanted to ask you first about Mr. Luce's condition and what he did on the way to the jail, et cetera. But now I want to go back to the bar. Did you conduct an investigation at the bar?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak with witnesses at the bar?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak with somebody named Alex Selle?
Yes, I did.
S-E-L-E. Did Mr. Selle tell you anything about Mr. Luce's condition?
From what I recall, Mr. Selle mentioned that while playing pool with Mr. Luce, he introduced himself repetitively every 10 to 15 minutes.
Did he describe him as heavily intoxicated to you?
From what I recall, yes, he did.
Okay. And you said he reintroduced himself every 10 to 15 minutes?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also speak with another witness, Mr. Thomas Lowe?
Yes, I did.
And did Mr. Lowe state to you that he had witnessed Mr. Luce drinking anything?
Yes, from what I recall, he mentioned that he saw him drinking a shot of whiskey. I believe it was Jack Daniels.
Okay. And did he tell you anything else about whether or not he appeared intoxicated?
Yes, he also mentioned that he reintroduced himself over and over again.
And did he indicate that he was intoxicated?
Yes.
Now, as a part of your investigation, you also spoke with Mr. Woods,
That's correct.
the bar owner, right?
Yes.
Oh, I want to go back to one other thing about the witnesses. Did Mr. Lowe tell you that did you have a conversation with Mr. Lowe about whether or not something about a bar tab?
Yes, from what I recall, Mr. Lowe also stated that he observed another bar tab, roughly in the amount of $50 that belonged to Mr. Luce.
Okay. So he told you that he saw a bar tab for $50 that was Mr. Luce's.
Correct.
Why would he have seen that?
From what I can recall, Mr. Luce was trying to get the 3 witnesses to pay off his bar tab if he was to beat them in a game of pool.
Okay. And so Mr. Lowe saw the bar tab and it was $50.
From my understanding, yes.
Okay. So you spoke with Mr. Woods, right?
Correct.
And he provided you with 1 single bar tab. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you explain how that happened?
The bar tab was actually collected by another officer, which I later saw the bar tab when I was completing my report.
Okay. But Littleton PD requested all bar tabs that were essentially Mr. Luce's?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Who collected that bar tab?
The bar tab was collected by Officer Oren.
Okay. But to your knowledge, you were only provided one bar tab by Mr. Woods.
Correct.
And it was for approximately $18.75.
That's correct.
You never had in your possession a $50 bar tab.
That is correct.
And you never were given any more than one bar tab.
Correct.
Now, when you spoke to Mr. Woods, he also stated to you, do you remember the time that he stated that Mr. Luce arrived at his bar?
From my recollection, I recall Mr. Woods reporting that Mr. Luce arrived at the bar at approximately 5:30.
So 17:30 hours?
Correct, 17:30.
Okay. But you've seen the bar tab in this case, right?
Correct.
And the time on the bar tab is not 5:30, right?
Correct.
Do you remember what time it says?
I believe it says 14:42.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
The best of my recollection.
Okay. Would seeing the bar tab refresh your memory as to the time on the bar tab?
Yes, it would.
I'm handing you Plaintiff Exhibit 7, if you could review that. What is the time on the bar tab?
The time at the bar tab is 14:42.
Okay. And so 14:42 would have been, does it say 14:42 or 4:42?
Well, it says 4:42 on the actual receipt, but it would have been 14:42 in military time. Or 16:42, I'm sorry.
Right. Okay, so 16:42, so it would have been 4:42 p.m.
Correct.
So 45 minutes before Mr. Woods claims that Mr. Luce came to his bar.
Approximately.
Okay. In addition, when you spoke to Mr. Woods, did he tell you anything about the bar serving drinks and Mr. Luce's condition when he arrived?
From what I recall, Mr. Wood stated that he, being Mr. Luce, appeared intoxicated and was told that he was not going to be served alcohol, but was allowed to play pool.
Okay, so Mr. Woods told you that he was informed that Mr. Luce was intoxicated right when he got to the bar. Is that right?
From my recollection,
according to
yes.
him?
Yes.
And that he was not served any drinks, right?
Not to Mr. Wood's knowledge from what he reported to me.
Okay. But then the Littleton PD was later provided with a bar tab indicating that, in fact, he had drank alcohol at the bar.
Correct.
I have no further questions at this time.
At this time, defense has a chance for cross-examination.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. When you write your reports after an incident or after a call, do you use witness statements to support your final draft of your reports?
Typically, witness statements are included in the reports.
Okay.
As a summary.
Okay. And if you had any questions on somebody's statement, you'd probably question and answer a little bit on a witness statement form? Or?
Correct.
Okay. So this was a little while ago. So using your reports and witness statements and everything is kind of reflecting your memory. This is obviously one of many calls that you've been on. Would you agree that some of these reports are just to refresh your memory a little bit?
Can you expand upon your question?
You took statements from 3 individuals and you took a statement from myself. I am Alex Woods, and the city attorney referenced me in her question and answer with you, and you wanted to refer, or she has you refer to your notes and your report. I was wondering if you would just read one or two sentences of the statement that you took from me. And everybody, I think, has a copy of my statement.
I don't believe the witness statements have been entered into exhibits. Would you?
I mean, I would ask that they be entered before anyone reads from them.
Mr. Woods, would you show the witness statement to the prosecutor real quick? Then would you like to enter that into the exhibits we have? We'll enter that as exhibit.
Is that Exhibit 8?
That is an exhibit.
Okay. Exhibit 8 is the witness statement provided by defense counsel.
Sir, if you don't mind, could you please read the statement that you took that I believe is in my handwriting? And if you could at least read the first 4 sentences.
Okay. I am the owner/operator of the Boardroom Sports Bar and worked this night as the manager on duty at approximately 5:30 p.m. I was informed by my staff that there was a weird, I believe that's...
Weird.
Okay.
Sorry.
Weird, it's POSS?
I have it, I'm sorry. It is my handwriting, so I apologize.
Maybe that's possible homeless man
Yeah,
by
possible homeless
the
man, right.
pool tables. And that was the amount that was highlighted.
Say that again?
That was what was highlighted.
Okay. So the city attorney had you say that I told you that Mr. Luce showed up at 5:30 when in fact my statement says that I was informed by my staff at 5:30. Is that right?
In your statement, that's what it says.
Okay. And you're welcome to read on, because I might read it during my testimony, but this is the statement that you took from me, and you're welcome to read any of this, all of this. You may have reviewed it before now, but is there anywhere in the highlighted section or not in the highlighted section that I had stated that Mr. Luce was intoxicated and that's why we didn't serve him?
I don't see specific reference to Mr. Luce being intoxicated in your written statement.
Okay. On page 4 of your report, you have written, Wood stated that Luce entered the boardroom approximately 17:30 hours and advised him that he would not serve him any drinks because he appeared to be intoxicated. The city attorney wants this panel to believe that I was aware that he was intoxicated. At this point, after reviewing my statement, would you agree that that might have been a presumption instead of a fact or a statement coming from me that I acknowledged that he was intoxicated?
During my investigation, I typically go off what is verbally told to me by the individuals that I investigate, and that information that was documented in that report was based off of what you verbally told me when I first arrived on scene.
Okay. You were the officer that took Mr. Luce into custody?
Correct.
You took him to jail?
Correct.
Did you inventory the items that he had on him?
As part of our process, yes.
You remember the items?
I vaguely remember the items. He had multiple items that were on his person that were emptied out onto the sidewalk.
How much cash did you obtain or secure for Mr. Luce?
I don't recall.
Was there any cash?
I don't recall.
If there was cash, what would you have done with it?
It would be put in with his belongings that would be dropped off when he was brought to the jail and inventoried at the jail.
So there's documentation if he had any cash on him whatsoever?
There would be, yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Sorry for this.
Redirect.
Yes, thank you. The statement that he handed you was written by him, right?
Correct.
What is the time that he wrote that statement?
The time listed on here is 9:50 p.m.
So that would have been about 40 minutes after you had arrived at the bar, right?
Approximately, yes.
So he had some time to reflect before he wrote this statement?
Possibly.
And he's prior law enforcement, isn't that right?
From my understanding, yes.
So he would be familiar with the liquor laws?
I believe so.
And he, you know, as a bar owner, he would understand the liquor laws?
I couldn't answer for him.
Okay. Now, your report that you wrote, where he read the first line, when would you have written that report?
That report would have been written probably after I returned from the jail.
Okay. So it was while the events were fresh in your mind?
Correct.
And your recollection of your conversation with Mr. Woods was that he told you that he told Mr. Luce that he was not going to serve him any drinks because he appeared intoxicated.
Correct.
And that he allowed him to stay and play pool.
That is correct.
No further questions.
You're excused.
Thank you.
I call to the stand Officer Oren. Anthony Oren.
Can you state your name for the record?
First name Anthony, last name Oren.
Can you spell your last name?
O-R-E-N.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this authority is truthful?
I do.
Where are you currently employed?
For the city of Littleton,
And what is your job for the city of Littleton?
police officer.
How long have you been a police officer?
Since January of 2019, or
Okay.
January 2018. Graduated the academy. I'm trying to refresh my memory. About a year and a half now.
Okay. And did you receive training to be a police officer?
I did.
What is the training?
Post academy, I was with Officer Ray in that academy, so the Jefferson Lakewood Combined Academy. It was about 6 months.
Okay, and did you also do field training?
I did. That was approximately 3 months as well.
And did you learn how to recognize indicia of intoxication?
I did.
And in your field training, did you deal with intoxicated persons?
Yes.
And did you learn further how to recognize somebody who's intoxicated?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to the date of March 7th, 2019 at approximately 9:14 p.m. Were you working on that date and time?
I was.
And what was your shift?
The graveyard shift, 8 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay. Were you in uniform?
I was.
Were you in a marked patrol car?
Yes.
Did you have a partner?
No partner.
No partner. Did you respond to the boardroom located at 51 West Dry Creek Court for a radio call?
Yes.
Do you remember what the call came over for?
Disturbance in progress.
Okay. When you got to the bar, what did you observe?
I observed Mr. Luce in custody, and then from then, we just kind of try to help each other out with the investigation.
Okay. What part of the investigation did you do?
My job was to try to find who the bartender was that served Luce and to get any documentation or video from the bar.
Did you observe Mr. Luce's condition?
Briefly, yeah. He was outside, and I looked at him, and we got him in the car, and then I went back inside.
What did you notice about him when you looked at him?
He had dark pants, or around his crotch area was all wet. His eyes were bloodshot. He smelled of alcohol, and he was yelling.
Okay. Did he appear intoxicated to you?
Yes,
Did he appear very intoxicated?
I would say so, yes.
So you said you went in to look for video surveillance. Do they have video surveillance?
No,
So they don't have video there.
correct.
Okay. And did you collect any bar tabs?
I did.
Who did you collect those from?
Mr. Woods,
How many bar tabs did he give you?
1 bar tab.
Okay. Do you see Plaintiff Exhibit 7 up there?
I do.
Okay. Was that the bar tab he provided you with?
Yes,
That says 2 shots of Jack Daniels and 1 beer.
yes.
In your experience as a law enforcement officer, would that amount of alcohol contained on that bar tab make Mr. Luce as intoxicated as he appeared to you?
No.
So when you inquired of Mr. Woods to provide you with all the bar tabs, did you clarify to him that you wanted every single one of Mr. Luce's bar tabs?
Yes,
And did he indicate to you that he was providing you with that?
yes.
But he didn't provide you with a $50 bar tab, right?
There was no $50 bar tab that was given to me.
There was no bar tab given to you with food on it, like fried mushrooms, right?
Correct.
Did you, due to the level of intoxication of Mr. Luce, did you issue any type of citation to
I
the
did.
bar? What was the citation?
The citation, if I could look over some notes to read it verbatim.
Do you have them with you, or do you need a copy?
I do have them with me.
You do have them with you?
Yeah.
What specifically do you need to refresh your memory?
Just the charge of that.
Here, I'll let you look. Which page of the report would it be on?
It's going to be on page 1 out of 6.
Okay, and you're looking at the police report specifically?
So the citation I issued is 6-4-72A. Let me phrase that, sorry. 3-2-10F, sale of alcohol to intoxicated persons.
Okay, and you gave that to Mr. Woods?
Negative, I gave that to a bartender.
Okay, the bartender working for Mr. Woods?
Yes.
So after you collected the bar tabs and you observed no video surveillance, did you do anything else?
I briefly spoke with Mr. Woods. One of the things I do remember him saying was that around 17:30 hours, or it's 5:30, he was advised by his workers that they did not feel comfortable serving Mr. Luce. That's what I recall from that. That was not if he said that he wasn't because it was intoxicated or homeless, but because they did not feel comfortable serving Mr. Luce at 5:30.
Were you present during the conversation with Officer Ray and Mr. Woods?
No.
So you wouldn't know what Mr. Woods told Officer Ray?
Correct.
In terms of, did Mr. Woods show you an empty 50 milliliter bottle?
Yes.
Where did he say that was?
I don't recall where that was. I need to look at the report to refresh my memory.
Okay. So, do you remember now where Mr. Woods would have shown you a bottle of alcohol?
Yeah, he said it was around the bottom or the table where Luce was sitting at.
Now, can you confirm that that's true? Do you know if that's true?
I don't know if what's true.
That's where Mr. Luce was sitting?
Correct. I don't know.
You never saw Mr. Luce in the bar?
Yeah, I didn't see him sitting down in that specific spot of the bar.
He was outside when you got there, right?
Yes.
So you don't know where he was sitting?
Yes, correct.
And you don't know if that was brought in by him, that bottle of vodka?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Defense, your witness.
1 second, if you don't mind. Okay, sir. I understand your length of time in law enforcement, and I appreciate that. During your previous experience or your experience with Littleton, have you ever cited anybody before March 7th for the sale to intoxicated persons before?
That was my first time.
That was your first time. And your testimony today here with this board is that you wrote Mr. Gallegos, the bartender, a citation for sale of intoxicated person, and that was approximately 9:30, 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
Okay. And you've also testified that you have a bar tab and proof that Mr. Luce was served prior to 5:30. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that why you cited the bartender for a sale of intoxicated person, is because of that tab?
I cited it due to Officer Ray's investigation.
Okay, so you did an investigation yourself to establish this citation for the bartender?
So it's one whole investigation, and I just assist Officer Ray in his investigation by whether citing him or finding out other stuff, but I guess you can say like a supplemental investigation to the whole investigation.
Did you interview anybody?
I briefly spoke to you, and I briefly spoke to the bartender.
Okay. Did you interview any other employees, any other witnesses?
I asked around to try to find out who was the bartender that served Mr. Luce.
So is it fair to say that because Mr. Luce at 9:30 at night was intoxicated, and really the only proof you had that we ever served him was really prior to 5:30, but that's all you had to cite the bartender?
And going off of what Officer Ray, like his witness statements and stuff like that as well.
Okay,
Take that all into account.
Can you be more specific about what supported your decision to cite the bartender?
Okay. I'd say his level of intoxication is the reason I gave a citation to the bartender.
So his level of intoxication. So,
and knowing that alcohol was served to him at one point in time, to him, That's why.
That's why. Can you prove in any way, shape, or form that one specific or identify the person who served Mr. Luce?
Can I what?
Identify the person who served Mr. Luce while he was intoxicated.
So when I asked who was the person that served Mr. Luce, it's kind of hard to get an answer from your employees, but this gentleman, he did say that he served him at one point in time during that Mr. Luce was there, and the receipt was printed out. But also, going off of the witness statement that says that he had a $50 bar tab, and that one of the biggest reasons of the disturbance was because he wanted the people to pay off his tab, and they didn't. So there's a missing piece here that a witness wrote a written statement to that I also took into account. So knowing that he was served alcohol at 4:42, and knowing that around 7:30 when he was playing pool, he was also drinking, and it wasn't out of the witnesses didn't say they saw him drinking out of a 50 milliliter vodka bottle. So that's part of the reason as well.
Gotcha.
And so nobody else said that they served him alcohol, so that's why he was the one I gave a citation to.
And based on, well, let me ask you this. Was the bartender cooperative?
Yes.
Was I cooperative?
Yes.
Were we forthcoming?
Yes.
Did we appear that we had anything to hide?
No.
Okay. When you asked for Mr. Luce's tabs, the only tab we had was the one that's been discussed today for $18.75.
Mm-hmm.
You have seen and heard the statements made by me. You've also heard the statements from Mr. Ray that he took from other witnesses that there was gambling, or there was an attempt to pay each other's tabs based on pool play or those types of activities. Do you know for sure that we served Mr. Luce alcohol after 5:30 p.m.?
Can I look at one of the witness statements?
Would the police report contain the witness statements? What's the page?
Can you repeat your question, sir?
Can you tell me for sure that you know positively that one of my bar staff, bartenders, waitresses, or anybody in my establishment sold or served Mr. Luce after 5:30?
I'm going to object to the question.
Basis?
Essentially, he would have just needed probable cause in order to issue a citation. So he's essentially asking for something more than that with his question.
I'll allow the question.
So at 17:30 hours, you are told by your staff that, all right, they don't feel comfortable serving Mr. Luce alcohol. Okay. The $50 tab that we don't have documentation of, but a witness wrote a statement to, says that he wanted to pay this $50 tab around 19:30 hours, which is 2 hours later. So from that statement, that's part of the evidence of him being served alcohol after 5:30 that doesn't have to do with this tab, which is a separate cash tab.
Okay, so can you prove in any way that my staff served Mr. Luce after 5:30?
I'm going to object. That's asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. I'm going to... Have you read everybody's statements from this case?
Yes. Might need to refresh my memory though, so.
Sorry. One second, I'm sorry.
And Mr. Woods, witness statements are not a part of the LPD record. Would you identify for what you are going to show the prosecutor first for us?
Okay, so this is a witness statement of Alex Saleh, I believe his name is. It is part of the case. I've just wanted...
Yep, no, that's fine. And then show it to the prosecutor first. We'll enter that into the exhibits as exhibit number 9.
I do object to the markings on the paper, but not to the exhibit itself.
Officer, would you please read any portion before and after the highlighted marking to the panel?
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Well, I mean, I would object to him reading the statement. That's something that Mr. Woods can put into evidence, but I don't think Officer Oren took that statement. He didn't write that statement. I'm not really sure why he's being asked to read portions of the statement. I think the authority can read that themselves.
Sir, if I may add, that witness was subpoenaed to be here. They are not here. We've referenced these statements all day, and it is part of this case that we have been referencing. This is, from what my experience has been, this is a civil proceeding, not a criminal proceeding. That statement may or may not help, but it sure would give you a better understanding of what was going on for the 4 or 5 hours that Mr. Luce was there.
Again, I'm not objecting to it being admitted into the record. I'm objecting to Officer Oren being asked to read portions of it.
And seeing as Officer Oren did not take the statement, Officer Oren is not the author of the overall report. Is that correct? I would sustain that objection.
Okay, I will read the statement. However, this was a document he just referred to make his decision to cite my bartender for over-serving.
Does the city attorney have an opinion on this?
I would just say, at this point in time, this is an opportunity for the licensee to cross-examine one of the witnesses. So if whatever is needing to be read is the basis for a question that the board feels this witness can answer, I guess that's fine, but it has to be in the form of a question.
Okay.
Do you have a different question for the officer?
Okay, I'll try to ask this question. From your recollection, in any way, shape, or form, was there any information in any witness statements, in any reports, that there was challenges at pool and that tabs would be paid for by either party that won or lost at pool?
Yes.
Is there a possibility that if there is any tab, that the tab might not be specifically because Mr. Luce was served, but yet maybe a tab that he was responsible for paying or agreed to pay that wasn't necessarily his tab that he was served alcohol?
I'm going to object to the question. It's speculative, and it's also somewhat confusing, the question he's asking.
Sustained.
Okay, so you don't have any other tabs to support citing the bartender for sale of intoxicated person?
Correct.
And you did not see my bartender serve Mr. Luce or serve any intoxicated person, is that right?
I did not see it on video, correct?
And nor did you see it in person?
Correct.
Okay. How long were you on scene when you came to the boardroom?
I can't say exactly how long, maybe approximately an hour and a half.
So
2
during
hours.
that time, an arrest was made and statements were taken, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect from the prosecutor.
You only had one tab of Mr. Luce's because that's the only tab that Mr. Woods provided you, right?
Correct.
And you relied on him to provide you with an accurate record of what Mr. Luce drank.
Correct.
And was it clear when you were asking Mr. Woods for the bar tab why you were inquiring about that? Did it seem like he understood why you were asking that?
Yes.
And that it was potentially leading towards an overservice or a citation for overservice?
I didn't say I need tabs to see if you guys overserved him. I just told him I needed tabs for the investigation.
But he's a law enforcement officer, right?
Correct.
And as a part of your training as a law enforcement officer, you would have learned about liquor code violations, right?
I would have, yes. I don't know how long Mr. Woods has been out of law enforcement, so.
Okay, but in your academy, you learned about liquor code violations.
Yes.
Now, one of the statements, Mr. Woods was just asking you about statements, and you stated that one of the statements that you took into consideration was that they arrived at the bar, the witnesses arrived at the bar at 19:30 hours, right?
Yes.
So 7:30 p.m.
Yes.
Were you aware that one of the witnesses saw Mr. Luce drinking a shot of Jack Daniels after he arrived at the bar?
I kindly recall that. I'd have to read it.
Okay, but you would have reviewed the witness statements?
Yes.
And you said you sort of remember that he saw Mr. Luce drinking a shot of Jack Daniels, and that would have been 7:30 p.m.?
I would object. I don't know how to approach you, but I would object. The individuals writing these witness statements, we don't have the opportunity to get their testimony or cross-examine them, and so I would object to any reference to any more of the statements.
The witness statements can be entered for exhibit.
Well, I'm only referring to the police report, what's in the police report, and that's already an exhibit before the authority. So everything that I've just referenced, it wasn't in an external document, a witness statement document, it's in the police report.
Denied on the objection.
I have no further questions.
Excused. Thank you.
The city rests.
At this time, it's 8:20. I think, would it be prudent to have a 5-minute recess to use the restrooms and take a break? All right, we'll recess for 5 minutes. We'll return at 8:25. We will call this hearing back to order. The issue before us is item 6C, which is a show cause hearing for the boardroom. At this time, the boardroom has, it's their defense time to call witnesses and present evidence.
Okay, if I may, I would like to call Drew Nacarado up.
And can you state your name for the record?
Drew Nacarado,
And can you spell your last name?
Naccarato.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this authority is truthful?
I do.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. The first one is, obviously, you've heard the testimony today. You know why we're here. So just so the panel knows, Drew is...
Can you ask her,
I'll ask her
rather than testify yourself, ask her the questions to
Okay.
put onto the record?
Drew, are you an employee of the boardroom?
I am.
How long have you worked there?
End of February?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
To the end of February until the present?
Yes, and you should address all of your responses to the board. Thank you.
So you've heard some testimony today, and you know why you're here for the March 7th incident. Were you working that day?
I was.
Okay. And what time did you start your shift that day?
4:30.
At 4:30?
Yeah.
And do you remember what day of the week that was?
It was a Thursday.
It was a Thursday. Do you remember Mr. Luce?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell this board what happened that day in your own words, before, during, and after your interaction with Mr. Luce?
I can. So shift changes at 4:30. So all of the new servers come on at 4:30. So it was myself and another gal, Allie. She usually takes one side of the bar, I take the other. So I had noticed him in the pool table section, which would have been my section. He did have a beer. I walked up to him about 5:30. So I didn't go over to him up until 5:30 because he had a drink and he was sitting over there and he was fine. He didn't have anything empty. So I walked up to him about 5:30. See how you're doing. If you needed anything, can I bring you some water? And he was pretty aggressive and he seemed a little off to me. So at that point, he ordered a beer, asked me for a beer. I went up to Alex. I told Alex, I don't feel comfortable giving this guy a beer. He seems a little off and he's being aggressive. So at that point, I believe, is when Alex went and told him that we're not serving you anymore, or at all at that point, because nobody that I saw actually served him. I didn't see anybody serve him. I saw him with a beer. So later on that evening, the gentleman that he was playing pool with actually sat at a table that I served, and there was 4 of them to begin with, an older gentleman and then the 3 younger gentlemen, and I believe they were traveling from oil is what I remember, that they were traveling oil guys, or they were from out of state or something. They all had out of state IDs. And it was probably around, I want to say 8:30-ish, that I noticed that they were all playing pool. And I noticed that this guy had an aggressive posture towards the gentleman that he was playing pool with. So again, walked over and I said, how's everybody doing? Is everybody doing okay? Just to kind of feel out the situation. And the guy took a pool cue and tried to break it over his knee. So at that point, I went to Alex and I said, can you do me a favor? Go make your presence known over there. The guy is very aggressive. And then, 15, 20 minutes later, I see Alex walking him out. And I had walked up to the guys at the pool table and I was like, hey, how is everything? Is everybody doing okay? And they're like, he just pulled a knife on me. And the rest is the rest. And then the cops came and everything else happened outside. So I didn't really see everything else that happened outside.
So you never served him?
No.
And your attention was attracted to him because of his aggressive behavior?
Yes.
Throughout the night, did you kind of keep an eye on him?
I did.
Okay.
There was points that he was even on, it appeared to be even talking to himself at some points.
Talking to himself.
Talking to himself.
Okay. Did he play trivia?
I don't remember him playing trivia. I don't remember him even leaving the pool table area at all.
Okay.
Again, that would have been my section.
And that was your section?
That was my section.
Did you serve any other people around the pool tables or that area?
He was the only one there until the three gentlemen walked up that I had previously served at the table steaks. Thursday night is steak night. So I remember all four of them getting steaks and all four of them getting beers. But after that, I didn't serve anybody over there.
Okay. Did you happen to see the commotion at the end of the night?
I saw you walking him out, and then again, it was outside, so I couldn't see everything. I saw him turn towards you, and next thing I know, he was on the ground and the cops were there.
Okay. Do you remember how many people were working that night?
It was Allie, myself, and Walter.
So there was 3 servers?
3 servers.
Oh, and myself?
Yes.
So 4 people?
4 people total.
Okay. At what time did you come and let me know that you were not comfortable serving Mr. Luce?
It was about 5:30 because when I got there at 4:30 and I'd got myself situated, walked my tables, made sure everything was ready, I had noticed him sitting at the pool tables, or at the tables. There's tables that are arranged around the pool tables. I noticed him sitting at one of the tables by the pool tables, and he still had a beer.
Okay.
So I didn't go over to check on him or anything like that because he still had a drink.
And that was approximately 5:30?
So it would have been, between 5:15 and 5:30.
Okay. And so he still presumably had the beer that he ordered at 4:42 or 5:04?
And somehow, and there's a part of me that remembers food sitting on his table too, hot tots to be exact. But I don't.
Was he with anybody else?
No, he was by himself.
Okay. So can you tell the panel what I did after you, well, let me back up. You didn't feel comfortable serving him. Was that because he was intoxicated?
No, not that I could tell, but when I walked up, he had an aggressive look on his face, almost deer in the headlight stare, and he had an aggressive manner towards me.
So did you feel comfortable serving him anything?
No, and I never did serve him anything.
So it wasn't just
I'm pretty sure I offered him water when he asked me for another beer. I said, let me bring you some water, and that's when I came to you, and I said that I don't feel comfortable serving him. Something's a little off.
Something's off. So it wasn't because he was intoxicated?
No, it thought to me mental health issues is what it thought. It
Okay.
looked like to me.
Maybe drugs or health issues, you said?
Objection. I'm going to object to the maybe drugs.
Okay. There's no problem. So it's your testimony that you weren't comfortable being his server. It didn't just specifically have to do with alcohol.
No. No.
You didn't
I
want
didn't
to
want to
serve
be
him?
around him at all.
You didn't want to be around him because he was weird?
Yes.
He was off?
And aggressive.
Okay.
And again, there's only 2 servers, so it's myself and another, and if you've been to the boardroom, you know that it's rather large, so you have to split it up in certain ways that you can, if you could
Right.
see the table plan, you could see that how we set it up, but it's,
Did you see Walter, the bartender, serve him in any way, shape, or form?
I never saw anybody serve him. I did see him with a beer, but I never saw who served him or anybody actually physically served him.
And what time was that? Did you see that beer?
It was after it would have been, once I got myself settled and checked all my tables, it would have been, I get there at 4:30, so it would have been sometime between 4:30 and 4:40.
Did you see him, other than the water you may have given him, did you see him with any other drinks beyond that moment?
No,
Okay. Were you interviewed by the police when they showed up?
never,
Did you make yourself known?
very,
And they never got a statement from you?
no. Nobody asked me anything, nobody said anything to me. They walked by me several times, nobody ever asked me anything.
Did you offer yourself to them, that you were a server?
No, no,
Okay.
but I was standing back in the server area, and I was standing talking to you, and I was standing talking to Walter.
Okay. And was there anything else interesting regarding Mr. Luce and the property that he had near his table?
No, I mean, I wasn't the actual, there was talk that there were shooters found. Allie had cleaned up the area while We were all talking. She had cleaned up the area, and the table that was by the pool tables is where the shooters were found. And it was more than one, it wasn't
Can you
just one.
describe to them, there was more than one shooter, were they full or were they empty?
Empty.
Okay. Do we serve shooters at the boardroom?
No.
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 In your opinion, is that something somebody could have snuck in?
I'm going to
or brought
object to in your opinion and speculation.
Well, we don't serve them there, so
I would ask that there be a ruling on the objection.
Sustained on the question, or on the objection, can you ask your question in a different way?
How long have you been in the bar business or the restaurant business?
I've been out of it for about 5 years, but I was in it for 15 before that.
As a customer, as a server, have you ever seen people bring their own alcohol to
Yes.
a bar?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Good evening. You never saw Mr. Luce with any shooters in his hand, right?
I did not.
So you don't know who those shooters belong to?
I do not.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Luce come in?
No.
And you said that he had a beer in his hand while he was in the bar, right?
Yes, well, he
So-
was sitting at the table.
So while you didn't serve him, someone did in your bar.
Correct.
That alcohol came from your bar, right?
Correct.
Now, you stated that shift change happens at 4:30, right?
Correct.
Occasionally, does it happen at 4:40?
No.
Is it possible that some days you're running a little behind and that the shift change would be slightly delayed? You're running late for work?
Well, I'm a server, not a bartender, so it's possible that it could happen. But as servers, once that 4 o'clock is ready to get out, she's out and we're in. So,
Okay.
No.
But my question to you is that shift change could be delayed for one reason or another, a few minutes, 10 minutes on a particular day.
Sure.
And you don't remember the exact time that shift change happened on March 7th, 2019, right?
Yes.
You were looking at your watch when shift change happened?
No, but I get there at 4:30, and one bartender's out and the other bartender's in. And the bartender that works on Thursdays is never late. So it would be hard for me to believe that it would have been delayed.
But do you have an actual recollection, or are you just guessing?
No.
You don't have an actual recollection of the exact time that shift change happened on March 7th, 2019, right?
Right.
Okay. So it could have happened at 4:38.
Sure.
Or 4:42.
Sure.
Now, you said that it was you, Allie, Walter, and Mr. Woods that were working that night.
Correct.
How many people were in the bar at the time that Mr. Luce was in the bar?
We don't usually get really busy until about 6 o'clock, so I would say there was maybe 20
Okay, you said you get busy at
people.
you get busy at 6 o'clock.
We get busy. Trivia starts at 7, so people start to mosey in around 6 o'clock so that they can eat, get settled before trivia starts at 7.
So he was there till 9, right?
Yes.
So during the time that he was there was a lot of people in the bar for trivia, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so is it fair that you were pretty busy waitressing and serving drinks to people?
And paying attention to my sections, yes.
And that you don't know every single drink that Mr. Luce had?
No.
And you can't say if that beer that you saw him drinking was the only drink that he had after he got to that bar?
Not for certain.
Okay. What does Allie look like?
Brunette, skinny.
Okay. So you heard the testimony of Mr. Luce, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stating that he got drinks from a brunette bartender? Server, apologies. That could have been Allie, right?
It could have been.
So it's possible that he was getting drinks from someone else other than you.
He also said that he got drinks from 2 bartenders and a server.
Right, I understand that. My question to you is about the female brunette waitress that he talked about. That could have been Allie, right?
It could have been, but it was my section, so generally we don't cross over into sections. It could have been, though.
Okay, yeah, my question is just this.
Could have been, yes.
It could have been Allie.
Yes.
Now, you said the bar's really big, right?
It is.
Approximately how many square feet?
It's probably 8,000 square feet total, but the section that we serve during trivia is probably about 4,000 to 5,000 square feet, 4,000 square feet.
So is it fair to say that when you're up at the bar getting drinks, you can't really see what's going on back by the pool tables?
You can, there's a direct line from the
Well, but you're
server's
talking about
station.
4,000 to 5,000 square feet.
Right, but it's 4,000 to 5,000 square feet longer than it is this way. So where we stand to get drinks, you can see the pool tables for where you're standing.
But isn't it fair that when you go up to the bar to grab a drink, your back would be to the pool tables?
No.
So where are the pool tables in relation to the bar?
If I'm standing where I pick up drinks after I've ordered them, the pool tables are to my right, and there's a wide walkway where there's no tables. There's booths, and then there's tables on this side, so I have a direct shot to the pool table and the tables that he was sitting at.
But from 5:30 to 9 p.m., you didn't have your eyes on him the entire time?
Well, I didn't sit and stare at him, no, but I'm pretty cognizant of my surroundings.
You occasionally checked on him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think my awareness was a little more heightened because of his aggressiveness.
But you were also dealing with many other patrons. Yeah. Now, aggression can sometimes be an indication of intoxication, right?
Yeah.
And you brought him water because he was intoxicated, right?
I offered him water.
Right.
He asked me for a beer at 5:30, between 5:15 and 5:30, and I said, why don't you let me bring you some water?
Okay.
I never brought him the water because I went straight to Alex and said that I don't feel comfortable serving him because he's being weird and he's acting aggressive towards me.
But generally, you offer people water when they've had too much to drink, right?
No.
So why did you offer him water?
Because I didn't feel comfortable bringing him a beer, and in that moment, when somebody is making you uncomfortable, automatically it just came out of my mouth, let me bring you some water, I'll be right back.
But wouldn't you agree that when somebody's intoxicated, oftentimes they'll drink water to sober up?
Sure.
Okay. Now, did you discuss this case with Mr. Woods before coming here today?
No, he asked me if I would come today, though.
And you and him never discussed what you were going to talk about at this hearing?
He brought it up to my attention a couple of weeks ago and said, there's going to be a hearing in October. Are you available? And I said, I am available. And then it would have been on Tuesday, I got a text message, or Monday, I got a text message asking if I was able to come. And then today, before I came, he said, I need you to be there at 6:30, and this is what's going to happen. It's going to be a hearing.
And you talked about what he was going to ask you?
What he was going to ask me?
What Mr. Woods was going to ask you?
No, he said they may not ask you. He wasn't sure what was even going to happen. So no, he did not tell me what he was going to ask me. He said they may call you up. I don't know how this is going to go. They may call you up.
So between March 7th, 2019 and today, you have never once had a conversation with Mr. Woods about this incident. Is that what you're telling the authority?
Not in detail about anything. Like I said, a couple of months ago, he brought to my attention that we were going to have a hearing, asked if I could come, and I said that I could, and he told me that it was about this, and...
But you never discussed the facts of the case, is what you're saying?
No, because, no.
Okay. You still work for him?
I do.
Now, you stated that the police never took a statement from you, right?
Correct.
But that you never made it known to the police that you had something to say?
No.
Okay.
No, but I was...
So it wouldn't be unusual for them to not ask you something if they don't think you have anything to tell them, right?
Well, I mean, I think if they were doing an investigation, they would want to know who was all working.
But you didn't make it known to them that you had anything to relay to them regarding their investigation?
No, but they weren't just sitting around either. They were busy. I mean, they were kind of running around and doing stuff. And
no, and I understand. I understand they're busy. But what I wanted to know from you is that you never made it known to them that you had something to share with them regarding their investigation.
No.
No? I have no further questions.
Mr. Woods, your redirect is limited to something specifically raised by prosecutor during her line of questioning. Do you have a redirect?
I do.
Yep.
Did you have any idea that that event that happened on March 7th would lead to a hearing?
Not a clue.
So you had no idea that how important or unimportant your information would be?
No.
And were you made aware that the bartender was served with a citation?
I was.
So at that time, did you think it was an individual case and not so much the boardroom would be the subject of a hearing?
Correct.
For over-serving?
Correct.
Okay. At the boardroom, or maybe anywhere else you work, but specifically at the boardroom, there's bartenders and there's servers.
Right.
Are you, the standard procedure, is the standard procedure that you have to ring in a drink?
Yes.
To be able to get it?
Yes.
Are you allowed to get a drink for a customer without ringing it in?
No.
Are you allowed to ring in a drink and get it yourself?
No.
Okay, can you tell them what the process is on how drinks are served at the boardroom, whether it's you or Allie or any other server? What's the process?
I'm going to object. I think this is outside of the scope of my cross-examination.
Sustained. I believe this is a new line of testimony. Some of the subjects I wrote down were about shift change, size of the bar, talking about the testimony. I think this goes back to what should have been in the original testimony requests.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
You are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, can I call Summer Woods?
My name is Summer Woods.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this authority is truthful?
Yes.
I just have two questions, I think maybe three. The first question is, did you have any idea that I was going to call you up here today?
No.
Okay. The second question is,
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm just asking for an offer of proof about this witness and why he intends to call this witness. It's my understanding that, according to the prior witness's testimony, that this witness wasn't even present at the bar that night and would really have no relevant testimony to offer regarding the incident and whether a violation occurred. So I'd be asking for an offer of proof as to what exactly is the purpose for calling this witness.
I'll give you proof.
And I will hear it. What your relevance and proof is.
It's going to be my questioning if she worked the day shift and if she was the day shift bartender and who her relief was.
All right, allowed. Thank you.
Okay. You obviously know the date we're talking about.
Yes.
Do you happen to remember if you were the bartender on that day?
I was the bartender for the day shift that day.
Okay. And how late did you work?
Till 4:30.
Till 4:30. And who was your relief?
Walter.
Walter. You saw Mr. Luce today here.
Yes.
Have you ever seen him before?
Briefly that day.
Okay. Did you serve him?
No.
Okay. And how? In what capacity did you see him?
I really just remember him walking in the door and kind of going over to the pool table area, and that was really about it. I noticed just because he was a little different than our normal clientele.
Okay. So you never served him?
No.
And you, the changing of the guard was from you to Walter?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Are you Mr. Woods' wife?
Yes.
So you were the daytime bartender?
I was at that time, yes.
And you remember, now March 7th was April, May, June, July, August, September, October, was 6 months ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer.
Yes, sorry.
That's
yes.
okay. And you're saying that you remember the exact time that the shift change occurred back on March 7th, 2019?
Yes. It happens that same time every day.
But sometimes people are running late, right?
It can happen.
Okay, and so I'm sure in the time that your bar's been open, while shift change generally happens at 4:30, sometimes it happens at 4:40 or 4:45.
Not when I'm the day bartender. Normally people don't want to be late for me.
Because you're an owner of the bar?
Because I'm their employer.
Okay, but it's happened.
I'm sure it has at some point, but I don't recall when somebody's coming in after me.
Okay. Now, you said that Mr. Luce is different than your normal clientele. What do you mean by that?
He was disheveled. He was carrying a backpack. He just is, we have a very regular client base. We have a lot of people that come in, maybe not every day, but they come in on a regular basis. And he was not one of them and was not the type of person that typically comes in.
You don't know how much he drank in your bar that night, right? Because you left at 4:30?
I did leave shortly after 4:30.
So you don't know how much he drank in your bar that night, right?
No.
No further questions.
Is there a redirect on the substance of the prosecutor's questions?
No.
All right, you are excused.
Thank you.
Next, I'll call Walter Jason Gallegos up.
Can you state your name for the record?
Jason Gallegos.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this authority is truthful?
I do.
Thank you.
Walter, do you work at the boardroom?
I do.
How long have you worked at the boardroom?
It will be 2 years, 2 years on the 20th.
How much experience do you have in the bar business?
Over 30 years.
30 years. How many times have you done tips training, safe serve, any classes related to the awareness of?
Yeah, most of my career has been through corporate restaurant, through the Rock Bottom Brewery. That requires absolutely extensive tip certification on a regular basis, straight through. I held a head bartending position for over 15 years and never had an incident.
Okay. Today you've heard a lot about who was working on a specific date. It was March 7th. Were you working on March 7th?
Yes, I was.
Okay. From your recollection, were you on time at 4:30 that day?
My best recollection, I was there at 4:30.
Okay. You've heard, and obviously you have seen receipts for tabs or a tab of from a customer. By chance, is that tab up there?
Yes.
Okay.
This was Mr. Luce's tab that he started with me.
So,
I'm sorry.
You came on at 4:30, right?
Best of my recollection, yes.
Okay. And you're here, and are you here to admit that you served Mr. Luce, as we now know him, from what it appears to be, at 4:42, 12 minutes after you came on shift?
What I want the panel to know is, yes, I did serve him. He was not intoxicated at the time I served him.
At 4:42?
Yes.
Okay. And then there might be another receipt that is in more detail. It looks like there was an additional shot of Jack Daniels at 5:04?
Yes.
Okay. And so nobody here disputes that you were on duty, you served Mr. Luce his first drink.
Yes.
And he closed out with you.
He ordered the first round.
Okay.
I took a tab. It's our protocol. We take a credit card tab when somebody comes to the bar. He went and played pool. He came back approximately after 5 o'clock, ordered another shot. I gave it to him. He asked about happy hour specials for food. I did serve him the first drink and the first shot, and then when he ordered a second shot, I was pushing food on him because I had served him those shots. He ordered some fried mushrooms. A lot of times we have a comp tab for people that we want to provide food to slow their alcohol service down. So when he came up and ordered mushrooms, I believe when he talks about a second tab, he ordered those mushrooms, but I never gave him. I put it on a tab that we give for people that we want to comp some food for them. And so I went and served him the mushrooms, the fried mushrooms, and he ate them. And I indicated that to the officer who asked me what I did serve him. I told him that I served him the initial round of drinks, the second shot. It was a protocol to take credit card tabs. He paid his tab with a credit card. I served him the food. I never presented a tab with him. He never came back to the bar. He never ordered drinks from me. I was behind the bar, so the servers take care of the people at the bar area. When the altercation came out, it was obvious when we saw him, because I didn't have any contact with him between that time. He was in the bar area, and I would have been serving behind the bar, so he did not come up to the bar. The officers were concerned about his level of intoxication, and during the time we were there, the other server, Allie, came out and said, hey, we just found these. We presented them to the officers right away. We said, we don't serve these. These were found in the area he was sitting in. His behavior was to me, was very strange. I thought maybe he, we're in Colorado, maybe went outside and smoked something, or, I didn't know where his behavior was coming from. But
I'm going to object to that portion of the testimony. He maybe went outside and smoked something, and I asked that it be stricken from the record.
Sure. His statement.
We will strike that from the statement. Do refrain from speculating or positing.
Many times in serving alcohol, you have to take in consideration people's intent. Do they intend to get intoxicated? Do we observe them on other substance? Sometimes it's hard to determine if somebody's on medication, or so it's hard to determine that.
I'm going to also object to the medication. He has no proof that anyone was on medication, and I ask that that also be stricken from the record and that he stop speculating about these extraneous issues that he has no proof of or that he didn't see.
If I may, I'm not denying that I served him. Absolutely. We served him. The officer asked me for his tab. We have records of all the tab. I don't let anybody come to the bar and start a tab without a credit card. So his statement that he had multiple tabs, he didn't have a tab from me. So when the officer asked for the tab, I printed it up. It had his name. It was very clear. I told him about the food, the officer about the food. And I served him. He was not intoxicated when I served him. I am not denying that his behavior wasn't that of an intoxicated person, but I've also observed other people in similar behavior with other influences. So I don't deny that when the officers got there that he exhibited that behavior. What I'm denying is that we served him alcohol after this tab. That's my statement.
Okay. So just so we're clear, so the board understands, if you have a customer that you don't know or a customer that comes up to the bar that doesn't have a seat, do we have a policy that we follow as far as?
The policy is to take a credit card.
Okay.
We pre-run it, we hold it on file. When the guests come back, I ask them if they'd like to close out their tab, and it's real easy to just pay it out on the credit card.
So when Mr. Luce came to you at 4:42 and ordered his first round, 4:42 p.m., you collected a credit card, and at 5:04 after his second round, you closed him out because he wanted his tab to be closed.
That's correct.
Okay. Was there any discussion about shift change and that you wouldn't be his future server and that's why he closed out?
He was not there before shift change. He came in, I was the bartender. There was no day bartender that served him. He initially made contact with me. I served him the drinks on exhibit, I believe it's exhibit A or 7. He paid his tab.
He'd had no more interaction with me. I know that Drew that testified that he was acting weird, she was uncomfortable with serving him. When that happens, as a staff, we let each other know, by the way, we're going to discontinue this customer alcohol service. I didn't see anybody else serve him. I don't know where or what happened. I do know that we found splits. It's very common for people to do things like bring in alcohol or...
I'm going to object. I'm going to object unless he can testify that he saw Mr. Luce bring in...
I cannot
Otherwise,
testify to that.
I object as speculation.
Sure.
Sustained.
So, did Mr. Luce come up and give you cash for any purchases after
No.
this? Okay.
No, he did not.
Do you know what time he was escorted out of the building?
I don't. I thought it was somewhere around 8 o'clock. That, best of my knowledge, it was about 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Because when the officer wrote me a citation, I'm like, look, you're writing the citation at this time. I provided evidence of what he had, his tab with me, and he didn't get alcohol from me. He didn't get alcohol from the bar. I control all the alcohol going over the bar.
Okay. So in your experience, one 16-ounce beer and 2 Jack Daniels shots, would that produce the behavior that Mr. Luce had 4 hours after you served him?
I'm going to object. I'm not sure that he's an expert who can testify about how different levels of alcohol would affect different people.
Okay.
I've had over 35 hours of alcohol serve safe awareness.
Well, I understand. I'm just objecting that I don't think you're qualified to speculate whether or not a certain amount of alcohol would make somebody intoxicated or not.
Okay. Can I ask another question?
I'll allow it.
Sorry.
30 years of experience, multiple times at SafeServe. What does in the curriculum, what do they tell you about how alcohol is processed in an average-sized person?
Size and weight, mood and intent. They do bring up the fact that you never know if somebody's on medication. That's part of the training. In my opinion, his behavior was somebody that was, the things that he was saying to the police officer, his behavior, pulling a knife out, is, to me, odd behavior. And I don't see people, I have not seen or experienced people exhibiting that type of behavior due to over-serving. Usually it's somebody falling asleep, slurring their words, passing out. But the type of behavior he was exhibiting, in my opinion, was not from alcohol.
Well, let's focus on the alcohol for a second. You admit that you served him 3 drinks early in the evening.
Yes.
4 hours later, the drinks that you served him, one, you've already testified that you served those drinks and he wasn't intoxicated when you served those drinks. 4 hours later, would those 3 drinks produce the behavior you saw 4 hours later?
I'm going to object. This is extrapolation testimony. I don't think that this witness, even if he's a bartender, is qualified to determine whether or not a body burns alcohol at a certain rate and what that rate is. I think this is scientific testimony and he is not qualified to give
The
it.
rate in the alcohol serve safe.
One second. I hear what you're saying. I do believe the witness is qualified to talk about the effects of a minimal amount of drinks without technical specificity over that long period of time. So I will allow that testimony to continue.
The certification that I received states that an average man of 150-pound weight can process 1 ounce of alcohol per 35 minutes. So, being that he had a beer, he didn't appear that he was going to chug his beer. I didn't see him slam his beer. I didn't see him slam his shot. When he came up for the third shot is when I brought the food to him in anticipation of not letting him get intoxicated.
How sensitive are you to over-serving?
Extremely sensitive.
Okay.
The ramifications of, we're also taught about the liability as a server. You're liable as a server civilly if something happens to somebody when you overserve them.
Right. So you've heard testimony, you've heard the officer's statements, you've heard my statements, you've heard Drew's statements. You heard that at 5:30, I was made aware that we had an individual that we were not going to serve anything anymore to.
Yes, based on his behavior, not intoxication.
Okay. Did I convey that information to you?
No.
Who did?
One of the other servers had informed me that you were going to go up to him and tell him that we would not be serving him. So he was allowed to stay and play and hang out, but...
So you were aware of the individual. You knew the only individual that night who was prevented from ordering anything, especially alcohol.
Yes, I was aware that we were not to serve him.
You were not to serve him.
That is correct.
After 5:30.
That is correct.
And was everybody made aware that they were not to serve him afterwards?
I don't know personally if everybody was made aware, but I was told from another server. Drew was the server in that area, so nobody specifically say Drew was aware, but she was the server part of the incident. So it was out of the four of us, you were over there talking to him. So I didn't personally see or personally tell any other servers. There was only the four of us there.
So would you have served him after not just your own observation, but would you have served him after I declared no service to that individual?
So if he would have come up to the bar after I had served him his third shot, I would have definitely declined or offered for him to have a soda or hang tight. Many times it's common. I'll tell people, I'm like, hey, I'll tell you what, you've had a couple shots. Why don't you hang out? We'll get you some food or get you some drinks. That's very common.
Did you see him with drinks after, within those last 4 hours that he was?
I didn't see him. I didn't see him. I didn't observe him other than when we had, when you were asked, but busy behind the bar, I did not. It wasn't my section. I wasn't watching him.
Okay. But you didn't serve him.
No, I did not.
Were you surprised you got a citation?
Yes.
4 hours after you served, and what was the explanation of why you were served the citation?
The explanation was because he appeared to be intoxicated, was the explanation I was given. I wanted to make clear it was important to me. This is my name. I've been in the business a long time. And I pleaded with the officer. I'm like, look, I'm not denying his behavior isn't that of an intoxicated person. I'm denying I served an intoxicated person.
Were you shocked that you were, based on a tab that was generated and closed out 4 hours prior to the police being called, that would be enough support to be cited?
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, actually, we have a great deal of respect for law enforcement and for the board panel. We take our alcohol serving very serious. Alex and Summer are great business owners. It's a great place, but it can go downhill if you don't have tabs on who you're serving. And I've been doing it a long time. I know when an intoxicated person comes to my bar. I know how to cut people off. And I did not serve this gentleman anything past this tab.
No further questions.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You just testified that you didn't have your eyes on Mr. Luce after 5:30 till about 9 p.m. when the cops came. Is that right?
Correct.
You don't know what he was doing between 5:30 and 9 in your bar?
That is exactly my point.
Okay, so you don't know if Allie served him some drinks?
I don't know that.
And as a matter of fact, the way that Allie or Drew would get drinks would have been because you pour them, right? So
Yes,
so they put in an order for a drink, and you prepare it and give it to them to hand out to various customers.
that is correct.
Okay. So you testified that when Mr. Luce came in to the bar, he ordered a beer and a shot, right?
That is correct.
And that after that beer and that shot, that you tried to force him to have some fried mushrooms because clearly you were concerned about his level of intoxication.
I would not use the word force.
You comped him, according to you, some fried mushrooms because you felt it was important enough for him to get some food in his system because you were concerned about the amount of alcohol he was drinking.
A big part of serving alcohol is anticipating. It wasn't a result of him being intoxicated. It was being proactive so that it's not nice to cut people off. It's not nice. It's very necessary, but again, it was a tool that I used to prohibit him from becoming intoxicated.
You were concerned about him.
I am concerned about every person that comes in and I serve alcohol to.
I'm specifically referring to Mr. Luce. You wanted him to eat food after having 2 drinks because you were concerned about him, right?
Correct.
Now, you said when you saw him and you served him the drinks, he was not intoxicated, right?
I did not believe he was intoxicated. He did not exhibit any behavior as of an intoxicated person.
And you've been in the business for 30 years.
Very long time.
And so if you didn't believe he was intoxicated after all that experience, it's fair to say he probably wasn't intoxicated when he got to that bar, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You have 30 years of experience, right?
Yes.
And in using your 30 years of experience, you determined when you first waited on him at the bar that he was not intoxicated, right?
That is correct.
But you know that at 9 p.m. when the officers came, that he was extremely intoxicated.
It was observed that he may be intoxicated, but again, people's behavior are indicative of lots of different things.
Well, you just listed off all kinds of, I guess, indicia of somebody who may be intoxicated. So you're well aware of what to look for when someone's intoxicated, right?
Not only on alcohol, but on other medications.
You never saw him take any medication, right?
No, I did not.
You never saw him drinking mini bottles in your bar, right?
Correct.
You never saw him smoking anything, right?
Correct.
So this is all pure speculation on your part that there was anything other than alcohol served at your bar that had an effect on him, right?
I never saw anybody serve him alcohol past me either.
Right, but you also are stating that he arrived at the bar and wasn't intoxicated, right?
Correct.
But at 9 p.m., he was, for a lack of a better term, hammered, right? I mean, he was severely intoxicated.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But I don't believe, I believe it was something other than the alcohol we served him.
But you have no proof of that. You never saw that, right?
I did not.
Now, you just testified you don't know if he got drinks from Allie.
The reason why, that is correct. I cannot say.
Okay, that's my question to you, is yes or no. You don't know if he got drinks from Allie, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, neither you nor Mr. Woods ever provided this comp tab to the police officers, right?
That's correct.
And that would have been relevant to provide them with all of the information that essentially everything he consumed in your premises that day, right?
That's correct. To be honest, I thought that I might have cashed out the tab. I didn't know. It was important that the officers knew that I gave him food. And so when I produced his tab, I produced his tab of alcohol he gave. And so...
But you didn't produce a comp tab, which had other items that you had given him while he was there, right?
That's
Do you sometimes put alcohol on your comp tab?
No.
Never. You don't ever comp friends or of Mr. Woods who come into the bar, family members. They're never comped?
We are instructed on alcohol comped items be placed on the ticket themselves, and then an explanation of why the comp was there is to be turned in with your checkout.
Are you aware that a witness, an independent witness in this case, saw Mr. Luce drinking a Jack Daniel's shot at approximately 7:30 p.m.?
Object.
Objection?
That's in a witness statement. It's not here, not able to be cross-examined. It's been addressed.
The witness statement is included as part of the LPD reports. It's not a strict evidentiary rules, so it is part of the record. It's something that we do consider. Denied.
I was aware that it was put in the statement.
Okay, so you're aware that somebody in that bar saw him drinking alcohol after you claimed that you stopped serving him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't have anything to dispute that, right?
No.
Now, you did state that essentially it's not unreasonable that Mr. Luce would have thought that shift change was happening, because it really, right before he came, it had just happened, right?
Before he came?
Change has just happened before Mr. Luce came into the bar, right? He got there around 4:42. Shift change, you say, happened at 4:30.
The reason why I know it was at 4:30 is because we have a computer screen. I know it was 4:30.
Okay.
When I got there.
That isn't my question to you.
Yes, I do
My
know
question to you is that it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to think that a shift change could happen at that time as somebody in the restaurant industry, because shift change had just happened, right?
I can't testify to his experience or his knowledge.
But that's not unreasonable is what I'm asking you. Shift change had just occurred, right?
Sure.
So his thought that it was going to happen rather than it had just happened, a reasonable person could have believed the same thing.
Sure.
Now, you talked about how he was being aggressive, right?
He was not aggressive to me. I was made aware from the other servers that he was being aggressive.
And that can be an indication of intoxication.
It can be.
In fact, you have bar fights in your bar from time to time, right?
Luckily, we haven't, not since I've been there.
But as a bartender of 30 years, you've had bar fights in your bar, right?
Yes, usually over a woman.
Okay. You never saw him. Now, let me ask you this. Where is the door in relation to the bar? Where you would have been, where's the door?
So say our bar is long, it's 20 seats. So say our register would be here. Our bar faces east. The front door comes in from the east, so you have view. The bar, behind the bar, has a 4-inch lift so that you can observe people from kind of like a perch nest or eagle's nest. It's higher up.
So how far are you from the door to enter the bar?
Probably say 40 feet.
40 feet?
Yes.
So you would have seen if he left and came back in and left and came back in to the bar?
My line of view would have allowed that. However, as a bartender, I have my back to the door when I'm pouring tap handles, when I'm washing glasses. It's a rather large area.
In the time that you would have been facing the door, you never saw him leaving the bar, right?
I did not.
And to your knowledge, he never did leave the bar once he came in and saw you initially.
I have no knowledge of him leaving or not leaving. I don't know.
Now, you talked about some extrapolation regarding alcohol, and you listed a person of 150 pounds, right? Is what you said your training taught you?
Correct.
Now,
it's different with guys and girls.
okay, but if somebody was only 135 pounds, those numbers would potentially be different, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr. Luce is 135 pounds?
Yes, but the difference is with lean, so the training teaches us that lean muscle mass has more volume of blood than a person that's overweight, because blood vessels don't go through fat.
Okay, but you listed out a specific ounce I'm not exactly sure what you said in terms of ounces.
Sure.
But you stated that it was using a 150-pound man.
It's a general guideline.
Okay. My question to you is it's using a 150-pound man, right?
Correct.
And weight could affect that.
Sure, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Do you have redirect?
I do. When Mr. Luce came up to you and ordered his drinks, his one beer and his two shots were separated by 22 minutes on his testimony and your testimony. Did he do the shots and drinks right in front of you?
He did not.
Did he take those glasses with him?
He took him to the pool table, to the table by the pool table.
The table by the pool table. Did he ever bring those glasses back to you empty for you to wash?
No.
So, do you know when he drank his shot of Jack Daniels? His last shot, or I'm assuming the first shot was gone. We'll just acknowledge that the second shot, did you see him take that second shot?
I did not.
So, he could have had that shot 15 minutes. He could have had it sitting with him for an unknown length of time. Is that right?
Sure.
Okay. Is it possible he could have refilled it with his own liquor?
Objection. Speculation.
Sustained.
Regarding your comp tab, you've heard testimony, you've seen Mr. Luce today. You have a comp tab for food. Was that the first and only time you have ever given anybody food for customer retention, for the way you've just described it?
No. Many times our regulars will come in and, we'll do something nice for them and buy them food. Sometimes people come in intoxicated and I'm like, hey, let's get some food in you, have some waters, and I'll give them food in advance, even before serving them any alcohol.
So in this business, at the boardroom or anywhere else you worked, has there been mistakes with food?
Oh, yes.
So is there plenty of food to hand out that we just don't want to throw away?
Usually we give them to
make use of it.
Yeah.
So is it fair to say that food that may have been a mistake but is still viable and fresh for a customer might be given to somebody without having it rung up again on a comp tab?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. You're excused. Do you have other witnesses?
Myself.
Yes, and can we get city attorney to state guidelines for a self-testifying? Is he allowed to do it in narrative format?
He is able to do it in narrative format. I would say that as, I'm not sure how long the licensee's testimony will be and if there will be any redirect, but as we approach 10 o'clock, it may be a good point in time for the board to make a motion to continue past the 10 o'clock hour, assuming how long, I'm not sure how long the board feels they'll need to deliberate, but I think we would need a formal motion in a second to continue past the approximate time of 10. But as to the actual question, the licensee's free to give any sort of narrative that they would like. It will be subject to cross-examination by the prosecutor.
I'll make that motion that we can go past 10 o'clock.
I'll second. Motion to continue past 10 o'clock. Do we need a set time, or we can just go?
You just want to revisit at 11?
And we'll revisit at 11. Should I amend the motion, or it's good?
We're okay.
Okay. Do we vote on that, or we just? All right. Motion to continue past 10 to 11. Votes in.
The vote is 5 in favor. The motion to continue past 10 carries unanimously.
All right, the stage is yours for testimony and cross-examination.
So, again, my name is Alex Woods. I would first like to start off by reading my statement that I wrote that night.
And Alex, just to remind you, you are still under under oath from when we swore you in at the beginning. Thank you.
Is that statement part of the record?
Yep, it's the same statement that was.
It has, okay.
This is a statement that I was asked to write based on the events that happened right before I wrote my statement, not knowing there would be any implication or any adverse outcome. So I'd like to read that to you at first, and it goes like this. I am the owner and operator of the Boardroom Sports Bar and work this night as the manager on duty. At approximately 5:30 p.m., I was informed by my staff that there was a weird, possible homeless man by the pool tables who they were not comfortable serving any drinks. At that time, I approached this man, who was a white male, approximately 5'9", thin, with a beard, wearing a green plaid shirt and jeans. I advised him that he would not be served. He seemed to be fine with that, but asked if he could still play pool. A few hours later, approximately 9:15, I was informed that there was a confrontation at the pool tables. When I approached, I saw this same guy with a 4 or 5 inch knife in his right hand, and he put it on the pool table as I walked up. He was apparently having a problem with the other pool players. I told him to put the knife away and to get out. He continued to argue with the other patrons. I stepped between them to de-escalate and remove that guy from the building. He slow-walked his way to the door, challenging the other patrons. I finally got him out the door. He continued to yell obscenities and wanted to fight the other patrons. After he got out the door, he quickly reached back in the same pocket that he put the knife back in. I then took him to the ground, removed the knife from his hand, and threw it. I then told whoever was around to call the police. They arrived right away and cuffed him. After searching the area where he was sitting while playing pool, we found an empty bottle of vodka we don't sell under his table. At 5:30 p.m., as I wrote in my statement, I was approached by Drew, who testified here earlier, that said that she wasn't comfortable in serving this individual. I approached him, like I said in my statement, and to be honest with you, I didn't think he was intoxicated. However, it didn't matter. Drew, my server, wasn't comfortable serving him in any way, shape, or form. Didn't matter if it's alcohol, and it didn't matter whether it was food. She didn't want to be his server, and she didn't want him served. I backed her up. I advised him that we're no longer going to be serving him. He did look disheveled. I wasn't sure of his background, if he was homeless. He did have a backpack. I felt sorry for him, and he was polite, and he was nice, and he asked if that was fine, and he asked if he could just stay and play some pool. I agreed. I felt sorry for him, and he was polite to me, and he didn't seem aggravated. I don't know if it was because I approached him that it calmed him down, but I was the manager on duty, and that day I worked all night long. And on that night, he was the only one that we had any attention drawn to us by, and so I kept an eye on him. I informed everybody that I worked with that individual, pointed him out, that we were not going to be serving him. I personally kept an eye on him. I can tell you that he played pool. I can tell you that he played trivia. Our trivia game starts at 7 o'clock. I can tell you that he went to the bathroom and he passed the bar, and I saw when he left the bathroom and came back to his game of pool. I watched him walk up halfway. There we have a community table between that separates the bar from the pool tables, and when he had a question for trivia, he would walk up to that divider, look at the question, go sit back down at his table, and I can tell you the trivia game host would walk over to him and pick up his answers. Mr. Luce stayed at that pool table area, except for getting up to go to the bathroom, except for walking up to that divider, which is 10, 15 feet away from the bar, look at the question, sit back down, play his pool, and play trivia. He was busy, but nobody served him. I didn't serve him. Walter didn't serve him. Nobody served him. Everything was peaceful. Trivia gets over about 9 o'clock. Right after 9 o'clock, trying to take care of things, I get approached again by Drew, saying there's a confrontation by the pool tables. I walk over there, and just like I said in my statement, he's got a 4-inch buck knife presented to the 3 other pool players that he was playing pool with. It was a little dicey. I didn't know what he was going to do with it. I was the one that approached him earlier. He recognized me at that point. I asked him to put the knife away. I literally had to get between the other pool tables and Mr. Lucy, and not really knowing exactly how I was going to handle the situation, because the boys behind me had pool cues and were, threatening to defend themselves. And I told him, and he recognized me, I said, fold it up and put it back in your pocket. And it was at that time that I could see that he was not the same polite guy he was at 5:30. Under the circumstances, I wanted to make sure that knife was put away, and I wanted to make sure he left. I had to help escort him out, like I said in my statement, and when we got outside, he went for his knife in his pocket again, and I had to take him down. I immediately called the police. We obviously had a problem. I called the police for help. I know that my staff did not serve him, and I was calling the police for help, not for any other reason, but we had a situation that Mr. Lucy created. He created that problem, and obviously you've heard testimony of liquor bottles that we had found underneath his table. So we didn't serve him. There was only 4 people there that night. None of us served him. The quantity of alcohol that he was served prior to 5:30 wasn't enough to carry somebody's state to that degree until 9:30. That's 4 hours later. He had a backpack with him, and underneath his table were empty bottles. The first bottle that was discovered was a bottle of vodka. It was 100 proof vodka. It was directly next to his backpack underneath his table.
I'm going to object to next to his backpack.
Those are facts. It wasn't until after the police left, we offered that to the police department.
1 second. The witness is providing testimony.
So did he actually see that? Is he saying he saw it next to his backpack?
Perhaps it would be better if I asked a few questions to clarify on that front. Mr. Woods, who collected the bottles that you say were found?
I thought it was the police. I was writing my statement, and between my staff and the police, it was produced to me that this was found by his possessions.
How many bottles were produced to you?
At that time, it was 1 bottle of 100 proof Smirnoff vodka. It was later discovered there was an empty Jack Daniels bottle, mini, in that same location. The police, we offered that mini to the police. They said that they would note it. They didn't take it. After they left, we found another bottle, and who knows how many others were in the trash or whatever he was drinking. He provided it himself.
The second bottle was provided while the police were still on premises?
The first bottle was discovered by either the police or my staff while the police were there, while I was writing my statement, and it was shown to me. So I put it in my statement that that's what we found.
And then after the police left, additional bottles were found?
One more additional bottle, which was a Jack Daniels. The same exact product that he bought at 5:30. See, he admitted he likes whiskey. He had, and I don't drink hard liquor very often, but 100 proof vodka is very potent. And in addition, I don't know how much else he brought or drank, but
I'm going to object to this as fact. The witness has never testified that he ever saw him with these bottles. This is all speculation.
We'll take that under advisement. I accept the testimony of what they found. We will consider that these bottles are not necessarily tied to, but there is concern there.
So it's my testimony today that we had a situation, and Mr. Luce is responsible for this situation. We had compassion, and maybe looking back, I should have just said no to letting him stay and letting him walk down the street. At that time, I did not think he was intoxicated. He didn't seem intoxicated to me. Everybody has brought up my prior law enforcement experience, and that shouldn't help or hurt me, but I have experience around intoxicated persons, and at that time, he was not intoxicated, and my bartender did not serve Mr. Luce after I said nobody is to serve this individual. So to be charged with the sale to an intoxicated person, it is not correct. The officers came out. They found exculpatory evidence, which was the bottles. They did not interview other witnesses. As a matter of fact, I made reference to my staff in my statement, brought it to my attention of the behavior, and in that statement, it should have provoked them to at least interview the rest of my staff to get the complete story and all the information. So it just seems a little presumptuous that the only thing the officer can prove and write my bartender a citation for.
I'm going to object. I'm going to object to essentially stating that the officer had to prove anything. The officer just needed probable cause to issue the citation. That is not what's at issue here today. That was a criminal case that's already been dealt with in the criminal system. The only thing before the authority is whether or not there's a liquor violation. So I don't think that that's relevant to whether or not there was a liquor violation.
Yeah, sustain.
So the only reason why we're here today is because the officer initiated it by serving the citation of a sale to an intoxicated person to my bartender. We wanted protection from the police officers. We wanted help removing this troubled individual, in whatever condition he was. We asked for help in that situation. We did not feel that we were exposed in any way of doing any wrongdoing. We were proactive. We're proactive before that day, we were proactive that day, and we've been proactive after that day. I'm not here to be in a fight with the city of Littleton or get on the bad side of the police department. But we did everything that his training and her training has taught us. We identified a potential problem. We made each other aware of it. We didn't break the rules, and an individual comes in our place in an undefensible situation, intoxicates himself to the point where he's being combative with other people.
I'm going to object to that as speculative as well,
It's not a
and
coincidence.
ask that it be stricken from the record. There is no evidence that shows that he brought alcohol into the bar. No one has actually seen him with that in his hands or drinking it.
And there's no evidence to say that he was served by my staff after 5:30. So fair is fair.
We'll give it the way it deserves. We'll allow the statement.
That's my testimony.
That's your testimony. You do have to submit yourself for cross-examination from the prosecutor.
You don't check the bags of patrons that enter your bar, right?
No.
And you said it's common for people to bring alcohol into a bar?
No, I did not.
It's happened before?
Not in my watch.
Okay, so this is the first time that you've found alcohol bottles in your bar
Yes. the
that
very
were not
first time.
ones that you sold?
Pardon me?
This is the first time that you found alcohol bottles that you do not sell inside of your bar.
The very first time, yes.
And you didn't check his table before he went and sat down there, right?
I did
like
not.
underneath the table?
I did not.
So you cannot say whether or not that vodka bottle was there prior to him ever coming.
Well, it's the only reason why he got as drunk as he did.
My question to you, you never checked the table, so you can't say whether or not that vodka bottle was there prior to him getting there.
I guess you could speculate that.
Well, you never checked, so you wouldn't know.
No, but it's not a coincidence.
Okay, but it's a yes or no question. You didn't check, so you don't know if it was there before he got there.
I did not check it.
Okay. Now, you stated at 5:30 p.m., you told everybody in the bar no one is to serve this individual.
That's right.
And the only reason that you would cut somebody off is because they appear intoxicated to you.
No, that's not true.
Why would you cut somebody off who's being polite to you?
It was my employee, my server's position that she was uncomfortable because of Mr. Luce's aggressive behavior. It wasn't related to alcohol, but she wasn't going to serve him alcohol to add to any aggression. But she wasn't comfortable serving him in any way.
But
That
you're the
didn't matter.
owner of the bar, right? You make the final determinations.
That's right.
And you said he was polite.
He was polite.
So there was really, other than him being intoxicated, there was really no reason for you to cut him off.
It didn't matter. I was not going to go against my server's wishes. Like you heard, he looked disheveled. He looked homeless. She wasn't comfortable because he had signs of aggression. I asked him if he was intoxicated or drunk. It didn't matter. He didn't appear to be drunk to me at that time.
So homeless people aren't allowed in your bar,
Yes, that's why I allowed him to play pool.
but they're not allowed to drink alcohol in your bar, even when they're polite.
His behavior was made aware of me. I made the decision that I wasn't going to serve him anything.
Now, he didn't order any vodka on his tab, right?
Not on his beer and 2 shots, no.
So there was another tab.
No?
When you say not on his beer and 2 shots, it sounds to me like you're saying there could.
I'm trying to tell you that there's a receipt here with a beer on it and 2 Jack Daniels. No, there was no vodka on that receipt.
Right. So presumably people order, if they start with whiskey, they generally stay with whiskey, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So wouldn't somebody who would be into vodka be ordering vodka and not whiskey?
No, from my experience from homeless people, they'll drink anything they can get their hands on.
Well, you don't know if he's homeless.
You're right.
He had a credit card, right?
He did.
And he paid you for his drinks.
That's right.
So that's complete speculation on everyone in your bar's part that he was homeless.
We're just trying to give you a description, and we were also compassionate that I wasn't going to put him on the street if he was just passing through. We didn't know the man. My employee was concerned about her safety. I addressed it, and I was not going to add, if he had any to drink before, I wasn't going to add to any of that, and my server was not comfortable serving him.
But he wasn't aggressive to your server.
She can testify to that on her own. She saw signs of aggression. She wanted to break a pool stick right in front of her before she could even ask.
But that was
how things were
hours
going.
later. That was way past 5:30.
No, that was at 5:30.
Well, you're aware that Alex Selle and his friends didn't even come into the bar until 7:30 p.m. That was 2 hours later. That was who he was playing pool with.
That isn't true.
Oh, so you're saying that Alex Selle came into the bar earlier than 7:30?
From the information that I was told, they were sitting at a table and they had dinner, and after dinner, they decided to walk over to the pool tables and join Mr. Luce in a competition or a pool game.
Right,
So
and
that's
that
what
was at approximately 7:30 p.m.
That was probably at 7:30.
Okay. And that they saw him drinking a Jack Daniel's shot at 7:30 p.m.
Yeah, I read that myself, but in a shot glass, how do you know if it's Jack Daniel's or what it is? However, if it's an assumption that he was drinking Jack Daniel's, it could have been from earlier, or it could have been what he provided from his backpack.
Or it could have been that they heard him order a Jack Daniel's shot from your waitress, Allie, right?
No, he was never served anything from our staff.
Does
Ever.
Allie still work at your bar?
She sure does.
Okay, well, he mentioned that he bought drinks from a brunette, and she is brunette, right?
That was not her section.
Right, but people often approach anybody they can find if it's busy in a bar to grab a drink, even if it's their waitress or not.
Well, at 5:30, he and I had a conversation that he wasn't going to be served. He was fine with that. He didn't seem upset about it. He wasn't pressing the issue. So it's pretty unlikely that he would immediately after go find a waitress and in order more.
But you can't be sure of that. You don't know for sure.
Well, even if that did happen, my bartender is the one accused of over-serving him.
Okay, my question to you
He was not
is you
served by
don't know if Allie served him a drink, right?
I know she didn't serve him a drink. Nobody served him a drink.
You didn't sit there staring at him for 4 hours, right? You don't know. He's saying he went to a brunette waitress and ordered a drink.
Yeah, he's mistaken, and obviously he's got a lapse of memory because that didn't happen. There was no shift change. There was no multiple bartenders. I only have one male bartender, and everybody here has testified except for Allie. And Allie was there while the police were there. As a matter of fact, I think Allie is the one who found the liquor bottles
Okay.
during the skirmish or the scuffle.
According to the police report, it was you that pointed out the liquor bottles, not Allie.
I'm sorry, say it again.
According to the police report, it's you that showed the officer a 50 milliliter bottle of vodka, not Allie. So, but my question to you is that you didn't have eyes on him every second over the 4 hours that he was there, right?
Quite a bit. I paid attention.
Did you
I
have your
watched
eyes on him every second?
From a distance, I kept an eye on his every movement, yes.
So you're saying that you sat there for 4 hours and stared at him and didn't do anything else while you were the bar manager for that evening?
Off and on, I paid attention to him because of what the decision that I made and to make sure that he wasn't making an attempt to buy any drinks or, just as another layer of observation.
But you said he went
wanted
to the
make sure that
bathroom.
He was not.
You said he went to the bathroom, right?
Did he go to the
So you don't
bathroom?
know what happened in the bathroom, right?
Yeah, I don't know if he drank more in there from what he brought.
Okay, well, you didn't ever see him bring anything, right? So this is all speculation on your part. You never saw him with alcohol bottles in his hand that would have been brought in from outside, right?
I did not, no.
Now, you never saw him leave the bar either, right? After he arrived at your bar, he never left the bar.
I didn't see him leave.
And you said when you dealt with him at 5:30, he was polite and not intoxicated, right? At 9 p.m., he was severely intoxicated.
He was intoxicated. It was
Severely.
he was intoxicated. Yeah, he did a number on himself.
Okay, and you saw that he had urinated on himself?
He did,
Okay.
after we went outside.
Now, you never let anybody have a cash tab at your bar? What if somebody doesn't have a credit card?
They can pay cash.
Right, so you're saying that you always take a credit card and that's how you know he had no other...
No, nobody starts a tab with cash. Everybody starts a tab if they're not going to sit at the bar and they're unknown to our staff. We always take a credit card to pre-authorize it, especially if somebody's going to walk away from the bar. We don't ever start a cash tab and let somebody walk away from the bar.
So you're saying that if somebody were to enter your establishment and they didn't have a credit card in their name at all, you wouldn't serve them?
No, they would have to pay as they went.
Okay, so it's possible that he paid as he went, right?
Say that again?
Well, it's possible that after his initial bar tab that he paid as he went, right?
No. He never got served by anybody in our staff. He
Okay,
never,
and you know that because you watched him for every second he was in the bar except for when he went to the bathroom.
I know that because I have the confidence in my staff, and my staff is a very mature staff with families. There is no reason to serve somebody that has already been the focus of some attention and cut off from alcohol or anything. There is no reason, there's no benefit to serve, just to go behind the rules, and there's no time, there's no purpose to serve him. It's not worth it. Nobody would do that.
I see. No further questions.
Question for the city attorney. At this point, do we allow a redirect on any of those items from?
Yeah, it's essentially a rebuttal, so if you have anything else that you want to add based on the questions that the prosecutor asked you.
No, I think I'm okay.
Okay, you're excused.
So I don't know if the board wants to take a quick break, and then they would go. I talk loud anyways, and then go to closing statements, and then the board can deliberate.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll take a recess until 10 p.m., which time we'll hear closing statements and deliberate. We'll come back from recess, call this meeting back to order. We are still on item 6C, which is a show cause hearing for the boardroom. At this time, we will hear closing arguments. I believe prosecution goes first.
Yes. The city has met our burden.
Please use the microphone.
Oh, I guess I'll sit down then. I'm so used to standing up, I'm sorry. The city has met our burden by a preponderance of the evidence that the licensee, the boardroom, served alcoholic beverages to a visibly intoxicated person. You heard testimony from Andrew Luce, the visibly intoxicated person, that on March 7th, 2019, he went to the boardroom via Lyft. He provided his receipt, and that he, a few minutes after he got to the bar, he ordered a beer and 2 shots. And he drank those, closed out his tab because he believed that shift change was occurring, which I submit is completely reasonable because shift change had just happened minutes before. And he's part of the bar industry and knows that shift change generally happens from the day shift to the night shift. That he communicated with the bartender who told him that it was happy hour, so at that point he switched to well whiskey, that he had at least 2 shots of well whiskey, and that after that he continued to drink in the bar. Now, he testified about the fact that he ordered drinks from a brunette, which I submit to you would match the description of what Allie looks like. The bartender or the waitress inside of the, one of the waitresses inside of the bar. In addition, the boardroom, there are essentially 4 elements that have to be proven. The boardroom acknowledges that it served Mr. Luce alcoholic beverages. And so really the focus, I submit, would be on whether or not they served a visibly intoxicated person alcoholic beverages. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about this bottle of alcohol that was found under the table. You heard from Mr. Woods himself that he didn't check the table prior to Mr. Luce coming to the bar, that he never saw Mr. Luce with a bottle of alcohol in his hand, that none of the other people that were workers inside of the bar never saw him with any type of mini bottles or outside alcohol. What we do know is that Mr. Luce himself states that he drank numerous drinks at the boardroom, that he had a spontaneous utterance in the patrol car where he said he had, I believe it was 4 shots and 3 beers, which you heard Officer Ray testify about. That he had fried mushrooms. We know from Walter that he did have fried mushrooms. A lot of what Mr. Luce testified about was corroborated by Mr. Woods, by Walter, by Drew, except for that key point about serving a visibly intoxicated person. But we know that Mr. Luce came to the bar sober. He testified that he did. Walter testified that he was sober when he first got there. Mr. Woods testified that he was polite and that he didn't think he was intoxicated, even though he cut him off allegedly at 5:30. But not because he was intoxicated, just because his bartender didn't feel comfortable serving him alcohol, even though he's the owner of the bar. He makes the final call. So we know that he never left the bar. We know he came sober, and we know that he was incredibly intoxicated when the police arrived at 9:14 p.m., that he urinated on himself, that he was aggressive, he was cursing, he was not following officers' commands. So we know that he went there sober and he became intoxicated while he was there, and he states it's because he drank alcohol from the bar that was served to him by Walter and then by a brunette waitress. In addition, there's corroboration from the independent witnesses in the police report who state that at 7:30 p.m. they see him taking a shot of Jack Daniels. And they see that he has a $50 tab, and they know that because they're gambling over paying off his tab. So these independent witnesses, what they told the police officers corroborates what Mr. Luce is saying and essentially disproves what Mr. Woods is saying, that he didn't give him alcohol after 5:30 p.m. There's a witness that saw him drinking Jack Daniels, and nobody has said or seen him with outside alcohol. And he's not a vodka drinker. His tab indicates that. He's a whiskey drinker. And you heard that from him. He doesn't drink vodka. He drinks whiskey. And I think it's pretty common knowledge that, you know, people generally have an alcohol of choice, right? If they're a whiskey drinker, they're a whiskey drinker. If they're a vodka drinker, they're a vodka drinker. He's a whiskey drinker, not a vodka drinker. Now, I also submit to you that Mr. Woods is a law enforcement officer, that he has training in how to, he was a prior law enforcement officer, that he has training in how to know if somebody's intoxicated, that when the officers came to the bar that night and started asking him for tabs, that it would have been completely clear to him where that was going, and that he didn't submit all the tabs to law enforcement. He submitted the first tab. He didn't submit the $50 tab that we know was there because a witness saw it. I submit there was multiple tabs, and that he only submitted one because he could foresee that something like this would happen, and he wanted to try and avoid essentially getting in trouble with the liquor authority for service to a visibly intoxicated person. He told Officer Ray, which was documented in his police report, that essentially sorry, I'm just looking for here we are. Woods stated that Luce entered the boardroom at approximately 17:30 hours, which, by the way, he stated that he entered the boardroom almost an hour later than he did. So I submit again, he saw where this was going. He was trying to shorten the time that Mr. Luce was in his bar. And essentially that he told the officer, who noted it in his report, which was typed shortly after this conversation occurred, that he didn't want to serve him any drinks because he appeared intoxicated. And I submit that that is reasonable and makes complete sense. He couldn't provide very many reasons why he didn't serve him any more alcohol, allegedly at 5:30. Except for that he looked suspicious and that he looked homeless, which isn't a reason not to serve alcohol. He's the bar owner. He makes all the decisions. In addition, I submit that the reason why Drew offered him water was because at that point he appeared intoxicated. I submit that the reason why Walter offered him fried mushrooms is because at that point he appeared intoxicated, and yet they let him stay and he continued to drink. And he had multiple different servers and multiple different streams to get alcohol from various people. And he had a tab on a credit card initially, but his tabs later on were not on a credit card. And it was pay as you go. And that he ordered drinks from Allie that she matches the description that he described. So I submit that all of that evidence taken together, we have met our burden that by a preponderance of the evidence, the boardroom served Mr. Luce, a visibly intoxicated person, and I ask that you hold him accountable for that.
Mr. Woods, it's time for your closing statement. I would caution you not to introduce new evidence or testimony, that you just summarize what we've heard this evening.
Sorry. On the contrary to the city, I'm not quite sure why there's this strong push to win this battle. I never thought that scenario would come to this. I don't feel like the city has proven anything. And we have never denied that Mr. Lucy was intoxicated or had been drinking or drank a lot. We agree, yes. But we're here to defend our business and to tell you that we didn't serve him. We took the steps that we've learned through our experiences to stop something from happening before it happened. The city, the police officers, the witnesses, they have a tab, one tab at 5:30 with this man's credit card information on it. The man did not have any cash on him that night. He used a credit card, and he had one charge. If the city had Mr. Luce's credit card statement or any testimony to show that there were more charges for more drinks purchased by Mr. Lucy, they were welcome to bring it. We, like I said in the beginning, we are rule followers. And if I'm responsible for this in any way, shape, or form, we'll take our lumps and we'll move on. But we chose to come here today to defend ourselves because this isn't just a rubber stamp type situation. This isn't a situation where we overserved somebody and somebody got hurt, fell down, got in a car accident. We have a situation where Mr. Lucy put himself in a bad situation. He put my bar in a bad situation. He put my patrons in a bad situation. The guy was aggressive throughout the night and ended with a deadly weapon to the point where we have to ask for the police's help. The city has no proof that we served him after 5:30. We're not here to hide, to deny our role. We had no idea at the time when the police were there what the circumstances were. In fact, when the police cited my bartender, we were shocked that they were going to cite him because he was the last person to serve him at 5:30 p.m. There was no other evidence that we had served him, and we were shocked. And the officers there told us, this is just a ticket to the bartender. The bar's not going to be affected. I have no reason to hide. I have no reason to lie. But if somebody broke the rules at my bar and Mr. Lucy used his credit card to purchase more alcohol from anybody, they would have the proof. They've got a relationship with Mr. Lucy to provide his credit card and what he drank. Mr. Lucy also testified that he was concerned about happy hour. This was a man that was concerned about the price of drinks. Happy hour ends at 6 o'clock. I approached him at 5:30 and told him he was not going to be served. He was fine with that. He was fine with that because he brought his own alcohol to our bar.
I'm going to object to that. That's not in evidence.
There was a lot of speculation here today. And I am just going to state the facts that there is no coincidence. And we are all adults here, and we know that if somebody's going to break the rules and bring in alcohol, that it's a criminal act. There's a statute for it. It's a criminal act to bring it. And he's not going to be obvious about bringing and showing staff and other patrons that he brought his own alcohol in. He snuck it, and he drank it.
Again, this is mischaracterizing the evidence.
I'm going to allow it as his legal theory. I believe prosecution was speculating that the defendant was hiding multiple tabs, using his law enforcement experience to hide multiple tabs and had nefarious purposes, and I think that was a bit of speculation as well. I think that was your legal theory on how this occurred, and I think this is his legal theory of what's happening.
Well, I would just say that it's not speculation because Andrew Luce testified about the fact that he had multiple tabs. So that's not speculation because we had a witness who actually testified to it. No witness has seen anyone have alcohol bottles in his hand that was not bought in that bar. That's
Mr. Lucy couldn't remember half of the night, so he's not credible at all.
But he remembered the beginning when he would have brought the alcohol bottles into the bar.
But you're also speculating that he's using his motives. You're speculating his motives, are you not?
I'm saying that he's law enforcement and that he saw where this was going. No one ever promised him that this wasn't going to involve his bar. He saw where this was going and that he provided one tab to law enforcement. So Mr. Luce testified that he had multiple tabs. There's nobody, not one witness in this hearing has said that they saw him with alcohol bottles in his hand, or that he had them, or that they were in his backpack, or that anyone saw them under the table. They never even checked the table prior to him getting there. So I just want to make sure. I mean, he keeps arguing this point like it's a fact. It's not a fact. It's speculation.
Mr. Woods, please contain your comments to the facts and not speculate as to his possession of them, since we didn't have testimony on that fact.
Okay. During the testimony, you heard Mr. Luce himself admit when he got to the bar, he was sober. We served him while he was sober. We served him at 4:42. We served him at another time at 5:04, 22 minutes later. His testimony, we served him. We agree, but he was sober at that time. We have the taxi information. He was sober. His testimony, he got to the bar and immediately ordered a drink. That is the receipt that the prosecution has, or the city attorney has. And at the end of the night, to clarify, I asked the bartender, or the police asked the bartender, for the tab. I didn't provide it. It was his tab. It was his book of business. That was the only tab that Mr. Luce had. I offered the police officer to look at every single tab if he wanted. Like she has said, and I don't know why it's being used against me, or I'm at a disadvantage because I've had prior law enforcement experience. The last thing I want to do is be uncooperative with the police. We just had a guy I had to take down that had a knife that threatened my customers. That's what I thought the focus of the investigation was. My bar or my staff being in jeopardy of overserving wasn't even a concern, because we didn't overserve him. He brought his own liquor. We had a situation.
I'm going to object to this because I'm concerned that there's this fact that he keeps arguing that is not supported by any shred of evidence in this hearing.
Sustained.
So he obviously was fine with happy hour being over at 6 p.m. He was obviously conscious about how much things cost. To correct the city attorney, in his statement, well after he has no idea where he was or what he was doing, he told the officer that he had 4 beers and 3 shots. There's a huge discrepancy between what the city had just said, that he had multiple shots after happy hour, before happy hour, shift change, building a case that doesn't exist. It's not how it went. We have statements that have been entered in of Andrew and these witnesses saying that Andrew would pay for other people's tabs if they lost at pool. If there's any mention of any tabs, is because he agreed to pay for other people's drinks, not because he had a tab that we served him. We're not trying to hide anything. If you guys see this a different way than we do, we will accept it. I don't want an issue with the city. I don't want an issue with the police department. But this isn't cut and dry. This is indefensible when somebody does this to themselves. In regards to my employees, again, I'm shocked that their concern for their safety would be trivialized by the city on what we want to do, and what we want to do is the right thing. And it didn't matter what my waitress, her reasons. I wasn't going to go against. I wanted to support my waitress. Can you imagine a scenario where I acted like God and just said, nope, we're going to continue to serve him? That is not a good environment, and that is unreasonable, and that isn't at all what happened. Nobody broke the rules. There's only 4 of us. It's very easy to control, very easy to manage. Any drink from any person on the floor would have to go through Walter to get a drink. We have discussed this. He would, if a Jack Daniels got brought up on his ticket, it would have alarmed him to say, who's this going to? It's common practice. Bottom line is, they want to make it sound like that we continue to serve somebody that was intoxicated, that was already aggressive, and it escalated to the point where he's taking a knife out and charged with multiple crimes, and we're supposed to believe that and take responsibility for that as if we caused it. And it's, I understand that having a liquor license, there's a lot of risk, there's a lot of exposure, but we do everything we can not to put ourselves in this situation. And I'm sorry that it has taken this long, but you understand, I've got 20 employees that count on me and count on this liquor license to support their families. We don't take it for granted. That's all I want to say.
Thank you to the prosecution. Thank you to the defense. At this time, we are moving to deliberation. City Attorney, we don't need a motion before we deliberate. We can discuss prior to the motion, correct?
That's correct. If the testimony is closed, then you're free to go ahead and deliberate on, I guess, the allegations, if you will. Who'd like to start?
Do you want to start, should we start with our positions or questions or?
At this point, I know sometimes in these hearings, we get focused on the after the fact. Let's focus on, do we believe a violation of the liquor code occurred? And the specific one brought by prosecution tonight was, did they serve a visibly intoxicated person?
I guess my question here is how did he get intoxicated? Was he intoxicated by immaculate digestion, or did he bring liquor in there? And we haven't seen any facts where he brought anything into the bar. So it's one of two things. He got the liquor at the bar, or he was intoxicated by immaculate digestion. And
I get what you're saying, and that is,
Authority Member Buchanan, can you move up to the mic,
I'm sorry.
please?
Yes,
Thank you.
I understand what you're saying. I'm going to pull back a little bit. My understanding is that we have to determine whether or not the prosecution has proven its case by a preponderance of the evidence. And I understand it is that there are 4 elements that they have to show.
Right.
And from my perspective, and my understanding how these work is generally, we're getting to your specific points. Someone showed up at this bar, they had drinks. After a period of time, the police arrived, and this person was
not intoxicated.
But
he was trashed.
Extremely intoxicated, so there's that. That we seem to have evidence that this person went to the bar, he was served something at the times that we had early on, right when he first got there. And he was served alcohol, we all agree to that. And then it's just, for me, it's just that last to a visibly intoxicated person. The defendant here is arguing strenuously and has attempted to provide a lot of evidence showing that they never served him when he was intoxicated. And your point, though, that's the key. Like, why? How did he go in there sober, apparently, and leave there as drunk as he was, apparently, or as intoxicated as he was? I get that, but then that gets into speculation. And so what I see is we have to show, was there evidence to show?
I'm not speculating that he was trashed, though. He was drunk.
I think everybody concedes
We
that.
don't know how he became drunk, right?
Microphone.
Oh, sorry. And so as a result, that's part of the investigation, right? And I think there are holes, right, in the evidence that was collected and the witnesses that were interviewed by the police, and therefore the evidence that's been submitted before us has some distinct holes that don't show us.
Well, one of my distinct holes was this receipt, okay? How is it the police department's fault that they can't come up with another receipt?
Well, I'm not in any way laying anything on the police department. What I see here is the police department showed up, someone was drunk out of their mind, peeing their pants.
And waving a knife.
And I could see that an assumption would be that he got drunk at this bar, and therefore the only way somebody could be that drunk to a police officer coming into this after the fact would be he got served at this bar when he was drunk already.
I think we have to use common sense. Common sense says he walked in the door sober. 4 hours later, he walked out drunk.
But I think we have you have to see the evidence that's in front of us. And common sense, I understand, but have they proven the case about whether they served an intoxicated person?
Well, that has to be in your mind. In my mind, I believe they did.
And my concern is that the evidence that points to serving to a visibly intoxicated person that I see in the record is largely based on the testimony of Mr., and I'm going to mispronounce, Luce or Lucy, however you pronounce his name. And I find him lacking in credibility from top to bottom. He doesn't even remember where he worked. There were the numbers of drinks he had, I still don't quite understand. Other than what's on that receipt, I still don't quite understand.
And I understand that. But that they have a witness that saw him with a shot of Jack Daniels at 7:30.
And even stipulating.
And a bar tab sitting on his table.
I hear that.
That has not shown up here.
Yeah, so he had 3 drinks by 5:04.
But if
and then
I
one
can,
at 7:30.
I can take a 50 milliliter bottle of vodka.
Mm-hmm.
That's about 2 shots. This guy was visibly. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he
that's,
was.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, he was. I agree with that. I just don't know if there's. Then we get into, the speculation is my concern. As I start speculating, I come up with lots of possibilities, and we're not supposed to go with possibilities. It's supposed to be probabilities.
I'm not speculating that he was drunk. I'm not speculating that he came sober.
Yeah.
I'm using common sense that tells me he walked in the door sober. He walked out 4 to 5 hours later, trashed.
And part of how I'm looking at this is, okay, so I don't believe Mr. Luce at all. So then I have to look to the other facts that are out there, and the other facts that I've heard are largely produced by the defendant here, which have been consistent. He talks about what his staff does, how they do things, what their normal operations are, and they've been consistent and I think credible, and at the end of the day support that they wouldn't serve somebody. Why would they do that? I'm not going to get into that, but it's credible. Their position is that we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't risk our business over one person and serving them. I find that to be more credible than at the end of the day what I heard from the main witness from the prosecution side with Mr. Luce. The police officers, it's not even an issue. I believe them. They dealt with what was in front of them and made a call based on what was there. And on the criminal side, makes sense. They see someone really drunk, he must have got drunk there.
Do the facts or some of the unusual circumstances of people's behavior affect that viewpoint. Some of the things just don't seem, he's aggressive, he's not aggressive, we cut him off, we don't cut him off, or we cut him off, then he's nice. And does some of that affect that determination or your view of it?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm troubled by two gaps here. The first gap is the $50 that he ran up sometime between 5:30 in the evening and 9 o'clock in the evening.
Allegedly.
Well, one of the witnesses is quoted in the report as saying he saw the $50 tab. So somebody...
He saw something. We don't have that entered into evidence.
And he was paying by cash. There would
But he
be
was
no
paying by
tab.
cash.
It would be
So at some point, perhaps Mr. Luce was able to get alcohol. The second gap is that the staff clearly did not pay close enough attention to him. Despite Mr. Woods' claim that he had him under observation, I didn't hear any testimony that he went around to Allie or Drew or Walter and said, "You're not serving that guy. Let's make sure he's not being served." It was just a lack of paying attention to what their customer was doing. And I think that leaves the opportunity open for him to get additional liquor, whether he was getting somebody else to buy it for him or he was paying cash. And I think that gap has not been addressed.
Well, I think we did hear testimony that he did go talk to the bartender. And we heard from the bartender that he talked to the bartender about not serving him, and then also the waitress, the server who testified here tonight. So,
Drew.
Yeah, Drew. So I think we did hear testimony that he talked to them. I just don't know if he talked to Allie.
So the legislation says that it's whether or not the licensee sold liquor to a visibly intoxicated person. So whether he acquired it from someone else who wasn't employed there, that would be speculation, and that would not be supportive of the city's case, because the licensee had not served.
Yeah, the licensee is on the hook to know where the end destination of a drink is supposed to be. There might be some, you might bring in your underage child and you might be able to get the bartender to give you a beer and then you pass it over to your child, but the licensee is still responsible to ensure that people that are consuming alcohol on their premises are compliant with the regulations. So the licensee is not absolved by that standard, but I do understand what you're saying is that.
In a 4,000 square foot bar on trivia night?
Yep. Unfortunately.
Well, I think we've established that he ended up drunk. We just don't know where it came from.
And the question is, did the state prove by preponderance of evidence that the licensee was the one who was responsible for that?
Well, the officer made that assumption when he wrote the citation. I'm not sure that they proved it.
Yeah, I think I'm troubled by the officer's testimonies and the submitted reports that then turned out to be summaries of witness statements, and the witness statements seem to have conflicting data than what the LPD report says, and which is based, we based our finding of probable cause heavily and solely based on the LPD reports. We did not have access to witness statements when we made that call for probable cause. And I think the witness statements that were handwritten contemporaneously with the police being on scene contradicts the report that was written then later. And so I think that's problematic. I think it comes down to two things. Do you believe Mr. Luce's testimony that he was drinking all night from the time he arrived, and then had a couple shots on happy hour from 5:30 to 6, which is what they would be, and then kept drinking beers and other things through the night? Or do you believe the owner that he didn't serve, that he and his staff, his establishment, did not serve anything else? With Mr. Luce, there's self-admitted lapses in his recollection of what happened that night. He didn't remember peeing on himself. He didn't remember the ride to the station. He didn't remember yelling, "I drank 3 beers and 4 shots." He didn't remember a whole lot of things. And he stated he didn't remember playing trivia. We have the owner, on the other hand, saying he did play trivia. He went up to the divider community tables to see the questions on the TVs. The trivia host went to him several times to pick up answers. There's a legal theory that the bottles that were there were not there by chance. One is not directly tied to the other, and one is maybe an unreliable source. And the LPD memos we have are contradictory with the handwritten statements. I don't think the preponderance of the evidence suggests that there is a violation here. I think the licensee probably, they admitted they served him. They admitted they observed his behavior at 5:30. At that time, even after having 3 drinks at that time, their observations of his behavior was polite. But based on one employee's, Drew's observations of his behavior, his interaction with her, she wasn't comfortable with him. And then later in the evening, 9:15, another observation was made that he's out of control, he's over the edge. If we don't, are we speculating based only on the testimony of Mr. Luce that he was there drinking all night, or do we go off of the record polls and the calls for service and the investigation that was done by the police at that time? And all they came up with was that he was served at 4:42 and 5:04. If we've exhausted discussion, I suppose we'll vote on it with a motion, but we can discuss, deliberate further.
All right, I'm comfortable making a motion, and you can uphold it or deny it, whatever.
And just limit it to...
Based on the foregoing evidence and testimony regarding factors in this case, I believe the city has not proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the charge brought against the liquor license of the Boardroom Inc., DBA The Boardroom. And I make a motion that the case be dismissed.
And just to correct the motion, it's not a reasonable doubt standard in this, it's
Preponderance.
by a preponderance of the evidence.
I don't believe the city has made the standard of preponderance of evidence. Has met the standard of preponderance of evidence.
We have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. We will vote.
So to be clear, a yes vote means that you agree with Vice Chair Webb that the city has not made their case. And a no vote means that we need another motion. Okay? So a yes vote means you agree with Vice Chair Webb.
Yes means to dismiss.
Yes.
Ready?
Who's missing? Tobin? The vote is 3-2 with authority members Fallenweider and Schock voting no. The motion to dismiss carries 3-2.
That is all for for our hearings. Next on the agenda is number 8, reports. Staff reports. Thank you. Sorry for the long evening. Thank you for attending, making your case. Hope to not see you back here.
I will go on behalf of the city attorney in terms of a staff report. I don't have much of a staff report, but I understand the board may have interest in turning our 4-hour hearings a little bit longer and getting opportunities to ask questions in certain times during these public hearings. And that's something that I'd love to discuss to figure out maybe the best way to do it. As you can tell, depending on the number of witnesses, that could be longer, but obviously there are certain things that weren't presented, and sometimes that's purposeful from a prosecutor. Sometimes it's purposeful from a licensee, and so there are gaps at points in times, and there are reasons for that. Generally, kind of my theory is as we go along through all the evidence and testimony, at some point it kind of fills in gaps that you may have and questions that you may have may be answered by another witness. But I'd love to chat with you all and figure out a good way going forward to make you more engaged, I guess, in the process and answering particular questions you may have. So maybe we can talk about that on a future agenda date. And just, it's something that you've done in the past. I understand that. But going forward, I'd love to talk about it and figure out a good way to organize that and structure that.
Just seemed a more reasonable way to get some of our questions answered, because we still have lots of questions.
Oh,
Yeah, particularly the lead up to this. There were, not this particular one, but last month, we struggled with some of the timelines on the police report, and it would have been great to have a chance to talk to the officers to understand a little bit more. So,
And yes, it does slow down the process. I mean, the last full-blown hearing we did took 4 nights, but we got to the bottom of it, and we were able to ask questions that totally depicted the licensee as not in control of their establishment.
And 4 nights is a great way to get a hearing officer appointed. So we'll try to figure out a good, efficient way to do it. Okay. And just as I'm talking on the record, I will say that there was a violation in this case that I looked at, and there's pretty strict conduct of the establishment in terms of allowing intoxicated persons to remain on your premises. Maybe that one would have been a little bit more in the wheelhouse, but I appreciate everyone's time and thought on this one for sure.
City Clerk?
Nothing from me.
Authority members?
What's in the hopper?
Nothing right now.
Good.
We'll have a preliminary hearing next month for India's Best.
India's Best, yes.
And maybe nothing else, but there's that. All right, thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.